Good morning, it's 8 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. Dubai is introducing a new work from park concept, allowing people to work outdoors across the city. Launched by Dubai Municipality, the initiative aims to turn parks into flexible workspaces while improving quality of life. The first site will open in May at Al Bersha Pond Park, with more locations planned across the Emirate. Officials say the move builds on the growing trend of remote and hybrid work already seen in options like work from hotel across Dubai. The UAE has strengthened its presence on the global financial stage during the spring meetings of the World Bank Group and International Monetary Fund in Washington. The UAE delegation was led by Mohammed bin Hadi Al Husseini, the Minister of State for Financial Affairs. Officials held key meetings and discussions on the global economic outlook. The participation helped strengthen partnerships with international financial institutions and support efforts to boost global financial stability. Al Husseini said the meetings delivered strong outcomes and reinforced the UAE's role in the global economy. Leaders of Dubai-based unicorn companies say the Emirate is growing as a global hub for digital innovation. They highlight strong regulation and advanced infrastructure. Access to global talent is also a key strength. Executives say Dubai has become a launch pad for high-growth tech firms. It supports expansion into regional and global markets. They also point to the strong ties between government and the private sector. This is supported by the Dubai Chamber of Digital Economy. Dubai's rental market remained stable in the first quarter of 2026. Activity stayed steady, supported by strong regulations and economic conditions. This reflects the UAE's leadership's focus on strengthening the economy and boosting investor confidence. Data from the Dubai Land Department shows rental contracts reached about 32 billion dirhams during the first quarter. Officials say clear laws and a well-regulated system continues to support the market. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
This is the Morning Drive at Mira Business FM. Good morning. Regional tensions and the crisis in the Strait of Hormuz. Flight prices and oil prices set to surge. That's what we're discussing next at Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM. The sound of success.
This is the morning drive. So over the weekend, lots of concern, of course, over the Strait of Hormuz, and it's raising alarms across global energy markets as the crisis is ongoing. Experts think it could ripple through oil, gas, even flight prices, of course, just as demand picks up heading into the summer. So let's look at this as a topic this morning. Mirko Neri is the co-founder and the CEO of Anvik Capital, here to help us unpack what it could mean for markets and consumers in the month ahead. Mirko, good to meet you.
Good morning. Thanks for having me on the show.
You're very welcome. It's good to have you here. Lots to talk about, of course, so I'm going to kind of throw lots of different questions at you, so bear with me. But let's start with, let's look at a trading perspective, your day-to-day kind of work. How significant is the risk around flows in the Strait of Hormuz, actual flows versus market sentiment?
So it's central at the moment, and I would say it always starts from the sentiment, because that is what is driving prices in the financial market. But then it quickly transitioned into actual supply losses, and the fundamentals had to reflect those losses. We started with losses of crude oil and the refined products. And I would say on the refined product side especially, it's where it's showing the most. We've seen this in the distillate space, like jet fuel and diesel, very much hit. And also in the natural gas space, LNG was a big part. It got hit big by this crisis, and we're seeing it spill over into other energy prices, such as electricity and power.
Okay, so the Strait of Hormuz handles, 20% of the world's daily oil consumption. Yeah. We're really seeing legitimately a supply shortage. This is not the market pricing fear in, is it?
Exactly. It started from pricing probably was out of fear, and what analysts like to call geopolitical risk premium. Sure. But then when you have fundamentals changing and reflecting into supply losses, then prices have to spike even more. It's just I would say our fundamentals and the market mechanism need to reflect. There are even some products, you said 20%, but if we dig into that and we say where the risks are the biggest, jet fuel handles about 45% of global flows pass from Hormuz. Naphtha, which is central for petrochemicals, it's about 40%, and this is, as we have seen, spikes in petrochemical prices in Asia. So when we go into markets that are more, I would say, just in time, they don't have large reserves such as crude oil, the shock is immediate. In days, we have seen those big spikes and multi-year high in the future markets.
Okay. I mean, commodity traders, we all hate uncertainty, but commodity traders in particular don't like uncertainty, probably more than they hate high prices. Yeah. How much of the recent kind of crude rally is a risk premium that could evaporate as soon as we see, hopefully, see diplomatic de-escalation?
So for crude oil, we think that is going to be the most exposed to a big correction as soon as we're going to see the de-escalation, because globally the world has been prepared for large supply shocks since back into the 70s. Yes, sure. Exactly. Sure. So you remember, it all started with this part of the war. And it's easier to build large oil reserves when it's crude oil. It's easy to store and easy to build cushion. And also we were going into a part of economic and start of the year where stocks were plentiful. And I would say in general, especially with the US becoming such a big producer of crude oil, the crude oil side of the equation is not really the issue. But when we're going to look into refined fuel and energy like as we need, which, it's not like crude oil. We need refined fuel, we need electricity, we need gas to make the world and the economic machine work. then it's going to get a little bit more complicated because you have downstream mechanics and refinery economics that have been disrupted by those shortages, sometimes directly or sometimes indirectly by rerouting, long routes, higher cost of freights, higher cost of insurance.
It's not just flicking a switch, is it, to get this back moving?
Yeah.
In refined products like jet fuel or diesel, how quickly can the disruptions, the likes of which we have seen, how quickly does that translate into price spikes?
So that happens within hours or days.
Really?
We have seen on the first day of the war, jet fuel prices decoupling completely from crude oil. They were trading almost at $250 a barrel, if you put things in perspective. It's been the largest move ever on record. Why? Because investors immediately understood that a supply shock that never happened before was in the making, and everyone is talking about diesel and jet fuel because they were particularly tight before the war, this distillate space. And it's a market that we call it's a just-in-time market. Yes. As opposite of crude oil, as we said before, plenty of strategic reserves across the developed and across the world. For distillates, they are products that are produced, very rarely stored, and then immediately consumed, shipped and consumed. It's much more expensive to store, it's much more difficult, and like the machine, the economic machine, especially the European one, is built to rely on imports.
Yes. Yeah, okay. So much tighter conditions for jet fuel and for diesel.
Yes, so jet fuel overall, and then we put at the second place naphtha, and on the third place liquefied natural gas.
Okay. How are regional imbalances, particularly between Europe and the Middle East, shaping the pricing in these products?
So this is really a central one, if not one of the most important. And again, it's quite structural because it's how the European Union and the European policies decided to play the energy transition. They decided to move away from refining as an industry. So you had, over the last 10 to 15 years, a lot of refineries in Europe shutting down. It was not economical, or it was also seen as risky politically. The Middle East jumped on the opportunity. You had countries like the UAE, Saudi, Kuwait, especially building mega refineries, and their natural outlet for their fuels was actually Europe. Here they build it bigger, more advanced, better technology. So it was a no-brainer for them to have as a natural outlet the Europeans that were not as advanced or not as convinced in terms of refining. Now, unfortunately, some of those refineries, and we're talking about 2 million barrels a day of refining, has been taken down from the closure, is either because of attacks or sometimes just because they could not ship out those flows. You also have about 10 million barrels a day of crude oil that has been taken down. Those crude, they were going mainly to Asia, where it would have been refined into the same products. So for the European especially, but even globally, it's difficult even to reroute, because where are they going to go? They can take some from the US and some from West Africa. But the US itself, while the biggest producer of crude, they still rely, for example, in terms of jet fuel from Asia. All the west coast of the US is coming from Asia. So it's tight also even there. We're a little bit in a situation where there is nowhere to hide. And we have an idea of when we're going to see big disruptions, even for consumers. We think that we are just 3 to 4 weeks away from that.
I wanted to ask you some more kind of consumer-based questions, and we'll come to that in a short while. But there's also the balance, isn't there? Because markets, do you think markets are more driven by freight and logistic constraints rather than outright shortages in supply?
So let's look at what the market did. Initially, yes, the freight, especially from the Middle East, which typically are either into Europe or into Asia, they saw the biggest spike, even more than energy prices, because that was the main concern at the beginning. Now, freights are still at really elevated multi-year high, but they somehow came down, and the spillover effect translated into outright fuel prices higher, because it's not just freight as it was looking initially. It's actual barrels that are missing from the market.
Right.
And then we can look at the demand side of the equation. Is demand coming down? Not really. Because in developed countries in Asia, across the world, we are looking at flights, for example. We're going into the summer demand season. It's a peak season. It's quite inelastic. Economic analysts would say. It means in normal world, it means that it just people are gonna pay higher prices, but they're gonna still buy tickets for their flights. They're not gonna give up on that.
Well, we hope.
Yeah.
I was going to ask you that. I mean, we're heading into peak travel season, you could argue, particularly in Europe. So how do you see jet fuel demand interacting with those? I mean, the supply chains are tight, aren't they?
So the first step that airlines will have to do is to pass this shock on to the consumer. And they tried already, and they are doing successfully in raising ticket prices.
Right.
So yes, it's. I hope not to be the one bringing the bad news, but I expect much higher ticket prices for the summer. It's unfortunate, but it's the way one of the effects that reflects those tensions. But then the second issue is that the market is trying to price higher because it's trying to to go into demand destruction, or at least disincentivize people from traveling. This, it does not look it's happening. Especially European and US travel demand data are showing that it's very resilient and still growing. So if that doesn't happen, the only last resort mechanism is forced demand destruction. And that is gonna be seen for us as a flight cancellation. We think we are not that far away. Our modeling is telling us that within 3 to 4 weeks in Europe, less profitable routes, peripheral routes, might start to be affected.
Okay, you are bringing the news this morning.
Unfortunately,
I mean, I think we all kind of realise,
yes,
don't we? That's simply the case. What else are you looking for, Mirko, in terms of, I don't know, signals or price levels, so that you can gauge what might be the next move?
So when you start the day, crude oil prices, we mentioned, they are really the biggest indicator and the biggest driver of sentiment, especially across the energy markets. Brent and WTI, for example, very big market, very liquid. Yeah. But those, as we said, they're just the first layer because they don't necessarily reflect what is really happening into the consumer market. No consumer will use crude oil for their energy needs. So then there is a second layer. We go into natural gas prices, but also refined fuel prices. And refined fuel and as well as natural gas, everything we look, how can I say, as a relative value, we like to say. So it means, how do they move comparatively to crude oil? We call those spreads, and those spreads and those premiums are really central because they will determine, for example, whether a refiner has more incentive to produce gasoline versus diesel or versus jet fuel. Now it's very much in favor of diesel and jet fuel. And then another big part of the market, this is a bit more technical, is called in the derivatives market, is options. They measure the volatility. So they tell us, how much are you willing as an investor to pay in order to get protection for extreme price move? And now we are also on those at multi-year size. So it's telling us that the fear component, it's really high and people are willing to pay a lot for those type of insurance.
from your desk, your trading desk here in Dubai, how important has the region become in terms of price discovery and global energy flows? Could you put that into context?
Yes. First of all, as we were discussing before, I've been here since 9 years and I've seen it changing.
Yeah.
Because I would say it started as a production hub, the Middle East in general.
Right.
It was where things were produced, but not necessarily processed and not necessarily consumed. Now, it's a big consumer. It's a big refinery, but it's also a big pricing hub. More and more traders moved to the Middle East, and I would say Dubai and Abu Dhabi in particular are central not only of the state-owned, which was the traditional, but also of independent like us traders. We are representing the so-called derivatives trading or paper traders. It means financial traders. We are involved not in moving physical barrel across the world, but in trading thousands of barrels of contracts in the financial markets. And this is what is determining what consumers are going to pay and what producers are going to achieve, because all the physical market is priced out of those important contracts.
So, I mean, more and more, we're kind of a haven for traders, I suppose, aren't we? And that's what's happened. You advise clients on navigating macro shifts, don't you? So, for an investor, if your portfolio is heavily exposed to transport, manufacturing, is it time to maybe hedge with energy futures, or is it too volatile a market?
The issue that we would say now, it would be probably too late because the move has been already there.
Yeah.
So what we advised, and our clients that are with us, they moved in early. They moved in where things were calmer, and they allocated. I would definitely advise to allocate a portion of the portfolio into products that might perform well in these environments, such as commodities.
Right.
And in general, I always say, do not change your core investment principles just because there has been a big move or a lot of volatility in the market. You're still doing the same job, and you should have forecast and predicted that volatility is going to happen, shocks are going to happen. So you should prepare for them by allocating a portion of your portfolio and diversifying enough. And then sometimes it's just enough, it's just a matter, are you willing to bear the pain of this volatility? If yes, it means you built your portfolio well, because it's going to happen. If not, probably you were a little bit too exposed or a bit too carried away when things were favorable, and you would have probably either speak to a specialist like us and let them do the job for you, or allocate a portion so that your portfolio is going to be well diversified into an all-weather environment.
Okay. I wanted to ask you a couple of sort of more my level, basic consumer level type questions as well.
Guys.
Well, I mean, it is. I mean, naturally, there are kind of concerns about flight prices.
Yeah.
You've pointed to that a number of times. So if oil spikes, airlines generally pass the cost of the consumer, and that comes in terms of a fuel surcharge.
Yeah.
That's what's outlined. So with summer travel demand starting to peak, the kind of the cheap vacation option era, we're not going to have that in 2026, are we?
No, I would say, according to our expectation, not on the flight part. The flight part, it's going to be a little bit painful for consumers, and yes, especially in Europe. I think this part of the world, funny enough, in terms of supplies, it's well covered. So we don't expect not even a single flight cancellation due to the fuel side. If it's due to general tension, it might happen. But in terms of supply here, we are good. But of course, yes, in terms of input, it's a big input. It's the second largest cost for airlines after labor, the fuel, and it's going to impact in terms of higher fares.
Okay. And the other kind of question I wanted to ask then is when oil prices jump, they hit the pump, the ticket counter,
Yeah.
counter pretty much straight away. When they fall, though, we generally don't see the price of goods following suit straight away, right? So are we looking at an inflationary period, regardless of what happens in the Straits?
Yeah. So in our view, yes,
Right.
Because it's what we were talking at the start. Even if tension should vanish, and we hope everything is gonna be smooth, there is another round of negotiation, and we are really open for those. If in a favorable scenario, you would have the crude oil probably recovering to healthier levels. We don't think we're gonna go into the 70s straight away, but it's gonna be into the 80s. In term of Brent prices. However, the damage that has been done on the refining side and on the fuels, the ones that are used from consumers, from the economic actors, and from industries, that we think is going to take at least 4 to 6 months to go back to more sustainable level. So during this transition, you will have still higher fuel prices, which, yes, is going to, unless we're not going to see demand going down across the economy, this is going to be inflationary. And we have seen in 2022-2023, during the Ukraine crisis, was a big energy crisis, and that brought inflation into global economies.
It did. Okay. A broader kind of macro question, I guess. The UAE and Saudi Arabia have deep sovereign reserves.
Yes.
That much is well known. Does the fact that Gulf producers are well capitalized provide like a floor for the market? Or to what extent does it do that? Because outside looking in, that prevents catastrophic price collapses or explosions, doesn't it, I suppose?
Yes, especially, I would say, especially at home. So we think this is going to be a factor that it will show resilience into local economies, Middle Eastern economies. The GCC is well placed for a higher inflationary period because of what you said, like big reserves and a lot of discipline during the good times means that now we're going to be able, those countries are going to be able to navigate challenges. Another big one is diversification from energy and oil. So now you have, they built other massive industries from real estates to media, finance as well is a big one. So diversifying away from oil and energy will show some caution and resilience over the next month should we have an inflationary period.
Miko, that's all the time we've got, unfortunately. It's been good to talk to you.
Very good. It was good to have you be on the show.
I appreciate you coming in.
You.
Miko Neri is the co-founder. He's the CEO of Anvik Capital here in Dubai. Thanks again.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, your daily guide to the markets, money, and more.
Good morning, it's 8:30 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. Schools across the UAE have reopened today, with students returning to classrooms after more than a month. The move follows a ceasefire after recent regional tensions. Parents and school buses were back on the roads, bringing busy morning traffic back. Students returned in good spirits. Most schools reopened after approvals from the Knowledge and Human Development Authority. With safety measures in place, some may use hybrid learning if needed. Dubai is introducing a new work from park concept, allowing people to work outdoors across the city. Launched by the Dubai municipality, the initiative aims to turn parks into flexible workspaces while improving quality of life. The first site will open in May at Al Barsha Pond Park, with more locations planned across the emirate. Officials say the move builds on the growing trend of remote and hybrid work, already seen in options like work from hotel across Dubai. The UAE has strengthened its presence on the global financial stage during the spring meetings in the World Bank Group and International Monetary Fund held in Washington. The UAE delegation was led by Mohammed bin Hadi Al Husseini, the Minister of State for Financial Affairs. Officials held key meetings and discussions on the global economic outlook. The participation helped strengthen partnerships with international financial institutions and support efforts to boost global financial stability. The US dollar rose to a one-week high today before easing slightly. Investors turned cautious as tensions between the US and Iran picked up again. The US said it seized on Iranian cargo ship while Iran warned of retaliation and ruled out new talks before the ceasefire ends. Analysts say the latest developments have brought back market uncertainty just as hopes for a peace deal had been growing. Currency movements remained limited even as oil prices reacted more sharply. That's the news for now. For more news, stay tuned.
This is the Morning Drive. It's Mira Business FM. So Oman hotel revenues have set a new record. But how long can tourism keep winning in the Sultanate? That's the topic next here at Mira Business FM.
Business FM, your daily guide to the markets, money, and more.
It's the morning drive. Oman's hospitality sector has delivered a record year, revenues topping $770 million. Strong growth in visitors, occupancy and rates. The backdrop, though, is, of course, rising regional tensions, the uncertainty, so questions over how resilient this momentum will be. So we're going to dig into a new report. Zaki Sajjad is back with us, Head of Business Development, Client Relations at Cavendish Maxwell. Your report again. Do you do anything apart from reports?
Good morning. Well, thank you for having me. Yeah, we have a team working very hard to work on these reports across the region. So
they're so impressive, these numbers, because we look at Dubai as kind of the regional hub of all this activity, and it's all going on here. But $772 million in revenue 2025, 22% year-on-year growth. Is that a recovery from previous years, or is it Oman in a new league?
It's it's in a new league for the last sort of 5-6 years for sure.
Yeah.
I think even if you look at it from historic sort of pre-pandemic, I know to go on about it, even though it was sort of 6 years ago, but interestingly enough, the airport travellers in Oman, we've still not seen the numbers that we saw in 2019.
Okay.
However, hotel performance is doing really well, and that's testament to the domestic hotel travel and the domestic travel industry. So Omanis themselves getting out there and traveling across the country, which is vast. I mean, just to get from Muscat to Salalah could take you 9+ hours to drive. So it is a rather large country. So yeah, that's where a lot of the kind of numbers are coming from, about a third, just over 30% as Omani travellers. So with that, I mean, look, that's probably more sustainable, if you like, for Oman in terms of that. And once they are now seeing an increase in European travellers, they make up about 25% just over now. So, it's strong performance. It is doing well, to answer your question, but it's sort of led by domestic travel.
Okay. So 36%, I think it is, of hotel stays are local Omani stays. So that's domestic resilience. So is that something that's helping keep the sector afloat? Because there's so much else going on, isn't there? There's so much competition.
Yeah, look, there is a lot of competition, and I think, but also if you look at it, so one of the real sort of main advantages for Oman is Salalah and the Kharif season, which is over the summer months. Yeah. So, I mean, you've been here a long time. Perhaps you've been yourself, but those who haven't been, if you were to go to Salalah during the summer months, where the rest of the GCC is rather sticky, rather humid, rather hot, the weather is almost perfect, and so you see a huge uptick in hotel stays in and around Salalah for that sort of Kharif season, which is over the summer months.
Yeah, I think Salalah should run a campaign called Salalah is Awesome. But I've been a couple of times for Kharif season, and it's a fantastic place and really unspoiled.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there is some exciting developments afoot, but what I like about the way Oman is sort of doing this is it's quite measured, it's quite calculated. Yes, we have these increasing ITCs, which is essentially the kind of international freehold areas that foreign nationals can now buy in within Oman. But I'd say that's in its infancy compared to some of the markets across the GCC, certainly Dubai, for example.
Yeah. How sustainable is demand in Oman, do you think? Because it's not like the rest of the GCC in lots of ways, is it? I mean, every country is obviously distinct and different. But Oman kind of prides itself on its neutrality, I suppose. It's a little bit different to the rest of the nations. But current tensions are going to have an impact on the perception of international travel, at least.
Yeah, I'm sure. Look, that's there's no denying that. I think the whole region is going to sort of have to weather this storm, if you like, for want of a better phrase. If I look at Oman, as I said, the backbone of it being just over a third as domestic travel. Okay, maybe the European travellers may impact, but there's still a lot of demand from the UAE and European residents in the UAE that like to travel to Oman. There's still a lot of GCC and other Arab countries that do travel across Oman. So, although we don't have the crystal ball to sort of predict exactly what will happen, I would say not a huge increase in hotel inventory in terms of what's under construction. About 900 rooms that would be added this year. So I think we'll see occupancies hopefully maintaining where they've been at, which is sort of the 56 to sort of 57% mark. Okay. And I think where we may see some pressure is on the room rates, so that may come down slightly to try and attract people. I think that's probably going to be a trend across the Gulf,
you would think
across the GCC. So, in order to keep those occupancy rates going, and much like we've seen in the hospitality sector around Dubai and the UAE, a lot of people have been adopting this kind of pandemic protocols. These sort of the way they're approaching this. So, I would suggest that the F&B offerings, some of the kind of staycation offerings, those type of things are really going to be pushed quite hard across the region, and Oman included. But to your point exactly, I mean, Omanis, they're sort of known for their hospitality, known for the friendliness. When you travel around Oman, a lot of Omanis speak English as a second language. It's quite easy to get about, very friendly, always welcoming. So I think those fundamentals will always remain. And if anything, from what I'm hearing on the ground, is that this neutrality that sort of Oman has taken during this sort of geopolitical tensions, that has actually attracted more GCC investors and GCC nationals to Oman. We know there's certain GCC states that have wonderful palaces and holiday homes of that nature across the the Sultanate. So perhaps that might be an interesting trend. And obviously, when leaders and leadership tend to go somewhere, that then attracts more people.
It's just, Oman interests me in lots of ways. I mean, I've been lots and lots of times and spent quite a lot of time there, working and holidaying, if you like. The strategic position to me is quite an interesting one, because Dubai's often seen, Dubai's like the headline sort of hub destination. This is where everything happens. Oman markets as sort of a more sort of peaceful authenticity. And that's a terrible phrase, but that kind of encompasses it. So if you're bearing that in mind, given the volatility that we're seeing, is that kind of slower paced branding? Because that's the feel. You feel there's kind of a
laid backness.
There is.
Yeah, for sure.
It's different. Do you think how valuable is that as an asset for attracting travellers, particularly travellers with money to spend? Do you want to kind of get away from the noise?
I agree. I think if you one thing that we've talked about before and on other topics is the sort of metropolis that is Dubai and how busy that is. And we all know now it's almost become the city that never sleeps. You have to, you're on it 24/7. So therefore, if you're living and breathing that, then somewhere like, somewhere quite close by that you can drive to, say Muscat within 5 hours-ish, from Dubai, is quite an attractive proposition to sort of wind down and switch off.
You're a very peaceful driver if you're doing fine. I'm like 3 hours 15. If I'm not.
It's it depends on that border crossing, doesn't it? Really. But no. For me, I agree. I think there is that sort of attraction, if you like, for certain travellers. I think also that perhaps could be sort of utilised, for want of a better word, in a better way, is some of the kind of the nature and the experiences that Oman could offer. I know for a fact that if you look at kite surfing, which is quite a popular activity here, Oman is actually one of the top destinations in the world for that sport. So a bit more sort of campaigns around that could probably attract some niche travellers as well, which therefore then could attract more. So you've got the sort of desert that meets the mountains, that meets the ocean vibe. I know that if anybody that's a fisherman that is into their sort of fishing activities, then Oman is a phenomenal place for that type of travel as well. So I know there's a number of options available to people that are into that sort of thing.
Well, there is legitimate surfing in Salalah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is a hard thing to find.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I know a number of friends who are into surfing as an activity here in the UAE, and they're regular travellers. And interestingly enough, the peak season for that is over the summer months. So that's when they're going over there to sort of spend long weekends and whatnot for that type of travel. So I think really, if we go to also its geographical positioning, if you look at where Duqm is, where the port is, and obviously that bypasses the Strait of Hormuz, which is a topic that's being heavily discussed at the moment. So again, there's added advantages to that, which we may see an increase in the kind of business traveller, if you like, for these next few months, as various strategies and sort of approaches to dealing with the pressures that we're seeing as a result of the geopolitical tensions that might well benefit Oman.
I think you've got the job with the Oman Tourist Board. That's fantastic. But you're right. There's a great deal that you could see being added to sort of the portfolio, isn't there, to attract travellers. How do you, in the report? Let's head back to the report for a moment. How are developers and operators balancing expansion, because we've got more hotel rooms coming on, of course, but with maintaining profitability, particularly given where we are?
Yeah, look, and historically it's been a challenge in Oman. We've had the office there for 8 years, and we deal with a number of owners. I think where perhaps in the past people have decided that they're going to build a hotel without sort of really delving into what would be what the market would be willing to absorb, and what is possibly going to be the most sought after offering. People have just kind of gone into this thinking, I'll build a hotel. And also with some of these kind of ITC zones that are earmarked for foreign ownership, residential foreign ownership, there are requirements historically that have been put on the developers where they have to deliver a number of hotel keys to try and grow this. So this has been a challenge, and it's working with firms like ourselves and working with the various stakeholders, be that the owners, be that the authorities, to sort of look at what positioning, where there may be the most demand, whether that's in whichever segment. Looking at, obviously talking a huge country. So if you're looking at somewhere like Duqm as an example, it would probably be the kind of more affordable business traveller that you'd look for that type of positioning. If you look at certain areas of Muscat, then it's the capital city. There's a more diverse mix. Salalah, as we know, is peak season is during the Kharif season, so there's probably a bit more appetite for that kind of resort offering. And you've got so much untouched, unsport landscape between Salalah and Muscat. I mean, one of my favourite places is probably close to Ras Al Had, where you've got some of those wonderful spots and those wonderful older inventory, if you like, which I love going to. But all these various things. So it's looking at balancing that, doing the right research, looking at where the demand drivers may be, and then obviously looking to develop something that's appropriate, that will be absorbed.
So an influx of VW camper vans and boards on the roof.
You never know. It's adventure tourism. It is a growing thing.
Oman's airports, nearly 15 million passengers, according to the report. So air connectivity, clearly critical if you want to sustain growth.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously they did expand Muscat Airport a few years ago. We're still, interestingly enough, as I sort of said, I think they saw just over 19 million in 2019 in terms of airport sort of traffic, if you like, airport passengers going through. So we're not quite there in terms of the recovery of where they were at pre-pandemic. But if you look at it year on year since, it's been growing sustainably and healthily, ever since. So I think it is a key area, but again, given what's happening with the geopolitical tensions, there may be some opportunity there to attract various residents from across the GCC into Oman, as you say, by road, offering various sort of options, perhaps streamlining that border crossing a little bit better
that would help
for GCC residents,
Yeah, that would certainly help. Then, so, you know what's interesting as well? Salalah International Airport up 10%.
Yep. And I think that's testament to a couple of things. Obviously, there's been more inventory added. I think they've also, if I look at what seems to have been happening these last few years, take away what's been happening from the geopolitical side of things, I think a lot of people are busier than ever, and have been busier than ever across the region. And therefore, traveling to somewhere like Europe or Asia or, even the Americas has been quite a challenge. It's quite a long flight, and you have to take longer, inevitably, because it takes longer to get there. You want to stay longer. I think people are finding that sort of balance a little bit harder, a little bit trickier to navigate. So people are looking for options closer to home. And I think Oman and Salalah in particular has benefited, as has other sort of areas. But one of the benefits, so I think that's why we've seen this level of increase in Salalah, as well as, I think the GCC nationals who historically would have been going to other areas around the world for their summers, they've also been busier than ever. So I think they're also having to stay closer to home. So they're picking, this is an option.
There's a feeling, isn't there, that it is kind of a more, I don't know if peaceful is the right word, but it will do for this instance, I suppose, that it's a more kind of peaceful, laid back place to be. And because of that, it always strikes me that it's been a relatively stable kind of a destination, because you know what you're going to get, and you think, I just want to be there and chill for a few days in Salalah, for example. And I wonder if that's one of the inherent benefits of Oman.
Oh, absolutely.
That, when all's said and done, it's like, it's there. We could, that's the place we should.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, when you throw in, good weather, on the ocean, on the coastline, with various options, be that from the adventure tourism that we've discussed, be that surfing, be that fishing, be that kite surfing. You look at the various options that are available now in terms of places to stay. You're even seeing sort of I would say more kind of serviced apartment type offerings. The Airbnb offerings that we're seeing here, they've also have some of that. Obviously, not in the same volume that you would see in Dubai and the UAE, but there are those options. So I think all of this, kind of is come together quite nicely to see quite good numbers for 2025, and hopefully that will remain for the remainder of 2026.
All right, so let's look ahead a little bit, 2026 into 2027, the risks, the opportunities for the hospitality sector in Oman. If you guys report in hand are talking to a hotel operator in Muscat, wherever, today, what are you telling them operationally that needs to happen so that they can keep up this 22%?
Look, I think, at the moment, there's going to be a lot of scrutiny on the operating costs, so the OPEX of assets. Given where what's been happening in the last sort of 7-8 weeks, a lot of scrutiny should be put on that. Where can those costs be sort of constrained somewhat, controlled a little bit, and then look at the opportunities. I'm always a firm believer in, let's look at the opportunity here. Right, you've got a lot of people who are still around the region that are looking to travel. They may want to stay a bit close to home. There's an option there. Oman hasn't really had as much of an impact as some of the other GCC countries. So, playing to that to attract those visitors and those guests, making it quite easy for them to get there. Making it quite easy for them whilst they're there, which we know that Oman is great at, offering that kind of warm hospitality that is synonymous with Oman. And then, looking to sort of, I would say, a lot of focus on some of the F&B offerings within some of these hotels. See what can be done to really take advantage, take lessons that have been learned from the UAE, from KSA, from Qatar, and take some of those lessons and do it in the Omani way. That's what we would sort of say.
It makes a lot of sense. Final thing, is this a growth cycle just getting started? Do you think?
No, we've seen. I would say Oman has been in a recovery phase since the pandemic, and I think this is now, it's close to, I mean, obviously in terms of the numbers on value and volume, it's there, but that's supported a lot by the domestic travel. So that's just, so if we look at it from that perspective, and even at sort of 56, 57% occupancy, there is still further growth potential there. So
It's
now
really,
it
isn't it?
requires real joint up thinking from all the stakeholders, be that the ministries, be that the operators, the owners, and the consultants, advisors, to come together to strategize to make sure that they can just get to that final hurdle of getting to your 70, 80% occupancies.
There's more to come, I guess. Zaki Sajjad is the head of business development, client relations at Cavendish Maxwell. New report on Oman out now, and that headline figure, once again, 22% year-on-year growth in Oman's hospitality sector, basically. Interesting to talk to you. Always good to have you here, Zaki.
Thank you very much for having me. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Good morning, it's 9 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. Dubai's rental market remained stable in the first quarter of 2026. Activity stayed steady, supported by strong regulations and economic conditions. This reflects the UAE's leadership's focus on strengthening the economy and boosting investor confidence. Data from the Dubai Land Department shows rental contracts reached about 32 billion dirhams during the first quarter. Officials say clear laws and a well-regulated system continues to support the market. Schools across the UAE have reopened today, with students returning to classrooms after more than a month. The move follows a ceasefire after recent regional tensions. Parents and school buses were back on the roads, bringing busy morning traffic back. Students returned to school in good spirits. Most schools reopened after approvals from the Knowledge and Human Development Authority, with safety measures in place. Some may use hybrid learning if needed. The US dollar rose to a one-week high today before easing slightly. Investors turned cautious as tensions between the US and Iran picked up again. The US said it seized an Iranian cargo ship, while Iran warned of retaliation and ruled out new talks before the ceasefire ends. Analysts say the latest developments have brought back market uncertainty, such as the hopes for a peace deal had been growing. Currency movements remained limited even as oil prices reacted more sharply. And now a quick market and currency update. Bitcoin is trading at almost $74,500. And for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham equals about 25.26 Indian rupees, 76.16 Pakistani rupees, 33.53 Bangladeshi taka, 16.33 Philippine peso, 14.12 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound is equal to 4.95 dirhams today. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our Telegram and WhatsApp. This is Mira Business FM.
This is Mira Business FM, and it is the morning drive. Dubai's first honesty-based bakery is here. So next, we're talking bread.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
This is the Morning Drive. It's Mira Business FM. On Scale or Fail today, there's a new bakery in town that wants to shake up how Dubai buys bread. Noble Sourdough has launched with naturally fermented loaves and the city's first honesty-based bread counter, where basically you grab, tap and go. So it taps into rising demand for cleaner food, smarter retail in Dubai. We're going to talk about that. Matthew Firth is the founder, and here he is. Good to meet you.
Hi, how are you?
Good, thank you. Matthew, it's good to have you here. I want to get into the concept in a little while. I'm just wondering what gap, about the gap in the UAE market, how you find it and how you kind of felt like this was the time to launch a sourdough-focused brand.
It was, as with the best things, it was completely by accident, really.
Right.
You never plan these things, do you?
We just fell into it.
Yeah. I met my business partner, the investor, amazing guy. We're looking at cafes, looking at rolling out certain cafe brands. One day, a fantastic baker who we've got is now our head baker.
Right.
Did us some sourdough bread. Bread was absolutely knockout. I mean, seriously knockout. So we tasted it. We're like, wow. And realised there was a opportunity. Realised that the market's just growing and growing and growing.
Yeah.
So sort of began to tap into that, and that's become a big focus of our business now.
Do you know, I was putting some notes together last night for you, and I was at a cafe Saturday lunchtime, and you get your bread basket. And I'm not having anything particularly special, but there was 3 different types of bread. There was one in there, which I guess was a sourdough, and it became my lunch. So it's that important, isn't it? The sort of daily bread thing. When you get something that really stands out, so your story there of this knockout bread, you realise it's like a light bulb moment that this is something that we don't ordinarily have. So this is what I should do.
Yeah, 100%. I don't think I fully realised how quickly that element of the market was growing. I don't think I fully realised commercial bread, how it isn't really good for you if you look at the ingredients on it. Sure. It's really not the best. And then we tested the product against other people's. We developed some B2B business, and it's just grown from there.
I want to ask you about the concept, because your concept is also a little bit different. You're kind of bakery tech as well, which is not a phrase I thought I'd use this morning, and I apologise for that. But
I thought a phrase I'd ever use with me, actually, so I take it as a compliment.
Well, it's meant that way. But just before we go any further, sourdough, how it's made and how it works, because you need a starter,
correct?
Don't you?
Correct.
So just talk me through that.
Sourdough is there's nothing complicated. It's just how people used to make bread. That's all it is. We're not doing anything revolutionary. You take flour and water. You leave it. Natural yeast in the air combines with it. It creates something called a mother, which is effectively alive. You have to feed that with flour to keep it alive. Then every day when you bake, you take a portion of that. You add it into the dough you've mixed. You mix the dough. You allow the dough to ferment, which it effectively grows. It comes alive. Then you prove it, which is in humidity cabinets. Portion it and prove it, and then you bake it. So it isn't a commercially savvy product because it takes a long time. It doesn't fit with industrial commercial baking because of timescales. But for us, it's fantastic. It just needs a bit more time and a bit more love.
It needs 24 hours, doesn't it? Is that the fermentation process?
Yeah, that's how long we ferment for.
Right.
Yeah. So
okay.
our bakery work, never shuts. Our bakery we work non-stop.
Okay. So let's talk about the retail concept a little bit, because that's interesting. So it's kind of artisanal craft meeting bakery tech. You can have that phrase if you want it, of course.
I'll take it.
Yeah. What inspired the decision to go for this kind of honesty-based bread counter? What was it behind that?
Well, we're just in the process of launching it, so we're actively looking for locations. We've got some ready to go. We're speaking to school some school cafes about it once that gets back and up and running. We're looking at lots of other areas. But why did I think it was interesting? I guess the last sort of few weeks haven't been particularly easy. It's been a bit different. I was thinking about how do we get cash into the business on a daily basis. A lot of what we do is B2B. We're supplying people done on 60-day terms, so you don't get paid for a while. So it makes cash flow quite interesting. I was driving to a lovely cafe in Jumeirah. I walked into the cafe. I was like, wow, you could have a counter here. You could just have a counter and sell our bread. They take the money and then pay us. And then I spoke to the GM of the business, Pau, amazing guy who works with me. And he said, why don't we do honesty? And I was like, yeah, wow, what a brilliant idea, because you take your bread, you scan your QR code, cash comes to us, we pay a commission to whoever's got these counters. As a retailer, I don't have to stock it, I don't have to man it, I don't have to clean it, I don't have to deal with any waste. We take care of all of that, and for us, we get some cash coming into the business every day, and we pay a commission at the end of the week. And I thought, do you know, where else could you actually do this? You know,
where else could you do honesty?
If this was in the north of England, you know, Bradford, Leeds, where I'm from, you wouldn't make an awful lot of sales. But in the UAE, people will do that. People will pay. There's a huge amount of sort of honesty and respect here. You can leave your phone on a table for a couple of days and it'd still be there in a mall, wouldn't it? I mean, that's just the reality of it.
It is how it is. I mean, I guess where you and I are from, there'd be a lot of people eating really good bread and we'd be penniless.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a great business model. But people eating better bread every day, but at my expense.
Effect on society, not good for your bank balance.
Correct.
So, I mean, it's kind of pioneering. Did you have no concerns about launching that? It seems as though it was just a no-brainer.
Yeah, let's do it. So we designed the counter. We've got the QR codes all ready to go. We're speaking to a property company. We're speaking to a school company who runs these cafes, apartment blocks. We're looking for areas where there's good footfall, where there's the right customers, and then we deliver very early in the morning. We stock it up. We take the waste. We clean, and we organise it all.
Okay, and I suppose if you trust customers, does that come back in loyalty terms? Do you think that's one of the things that it encourages?
I think look, brands. Part of the reason we've got into sourdough, and part of the reason we are interested in sourdough, is we don't believe that there is a really interesting, vibrant sourdough brand here in the UAE. Right. There's some brilliant bakeries. There's some very clever bakeries. Some bakeries doing amazing things. I think you've either got commercial sourdough, which isn't necessarily that great, or you've got some really beautiful bakeries with some okay branding. But we feel like there's an opportunity in the middle of that. Now, give it a cool brand, give it some colour, give it some good social media, and also combine it with different mechanisms of selling. You know, honesty counters somewhere where you can pay. That's going to get you some brand loyalty. It's quite cool. Where do you buy your bread? I'm just walking past downstairs in my apartment lobby, and I scan my code and get my daily loaf. It's great. We're looking at other areas of what we can do. Can we do sourdough trucks going around, the big apartment areas or villa areas to sell people fresh sourdough? So we're going to try and do things difficultly. It will be difficult. Try and do things a bit differently. It's not always easy to get into major retailers with these products. It takes a long time. So we're trying to be a bit different.
And I guess the major, supermarket chains are doing it themselves anyway, or they put forward that they're doing it themselves, whether the quality is the same.
They are doing it themselves, and a lot of them are doing a very good job. So if I'm in charge of a supermarket, do I want to be selling my bread at better margin or somebody else's? So I understand that.
If you want to scale fast, then it isn't necessarily about adding more staff. It's removing the barriers, isn't it, between customers and the product, which seems to be what you're trying to do. The idea of the vans going around the neighbourhoods.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's a genius idea. You just need a little bell, which isn't too like the ice cream van.
I know we need it. We need a sourdough noise. We've been working on it. Yeah, but I mean, what we look, brand. My goodness, there's so many amazing brands out there in all products. But you've got to do things differently these days to stand out. You know, people go shopping every day. Why would they buy our bread when it's slightly different if they've got to buy it at a different medium? So we're looking at ways of doing things differently so we get that sort of brand affinity. And then once we have that, I feel like all the other bits, maybe the retailers come knocking then because we've done something really interesting.
You would hope so. What does it cost for a loaf of bread, by the way?
What does it cost us to make it?
What does it cost you? What do you sell it for?
We sell it at around 17, 18 dirhams.
Okay.
For 500 grams.
Okay. So that doesn't seem outrageous to me for a decent loaf of bread.
Yeah, it's great. It's best quality German flour. It's all handmade. It's not production line stuff. You know, we've got amazing bakers and chefs making the product with big deck ovens. You know, using paddles. It's tough. It's tough work,
isn't it?
Yeah.
And the mother starter is kept under lock and key in a
lock and key, guarded
safe.
24 hours. Yeah, exactly.
Really
Padlocks
big,
around it.
Burly.
Yeah, not like me. Really big guys who lift weights and things.
Nice. Okay. Let me. You've been here for a while. You've been here 8 years.
8 years.
Right.
8
Okay.
years.
So how do you see consumer behaviour in Dubai evolving when it comes to, because you're in this business, when it comes to food quality? What have you seen in your time?
I think that there's two elements. You know, it's a very interesting society here. It's like Dubai, the UAE is like multiple countries. So if you open in a certain area, you've got a totally different demographic to opening in a different area. The Palm's very different to Mirdif is very different to areas in Abu Dhabi is different to Deira. So depending on the area, you know, you've got commercial, fast-moving products where people want to pay as cheap a price as possible because that's what they can afford and that's what they want. But definitely this artisan quality, good, more high-end product is definitely on the rise here. There's a lot more discerning customers.
So I was going to argue that there. I think people are looking for I feel as though people are looking for a step up. They're looking for like the next stage. There's loads of great bread. There's loads of great. I'm a coffee fan. There's loads of great coffee shops.
Loads of great coffee shops. Yeah.
Some really good coffee shops, but there are very few really great roasters around, for example, and I feel like people are looking for that.
Yeah, absolutely. People are a lot more discerning. We have a cafe up in Abu Dhabi, and the Emirati local community, their knowledge of coffee, their knowledge of product, their knowledge of bakery and what they're eating is absolutely phenomenal. I know lots of European expats who obviously used to great bakery culture, great cafe culture. So there's definitely people learning a lot more about things, people definitely looking for better quality. And also because of the options in the market, you've really got to do a good job. You've got to be really consistent. You've got to do what you say you're going to do and deliver on it, or people will go somewhere else very quickly.
You've got a really interesting model, I think, and I can see the avenues that you're thinking of going down. But baking is kind of art, and business is sort of science, really. So bringing those two together is a tough one. Sourdough needs time. You can't automate sourdough, can you? You need that 24-hour period. So how do you scale? How do you add to the scale of what you're trying to do without sacrificing that kind of slow ferment quality?
There's really two elements to our business. I mean, in terms of the fermentation things, it's actually, I'm not good at it. My GM's brilliant at it. Planning's not my thing, and operations, but managing production, managing structure in the bakery is just about planning ahead and knowing what you're going to sell. So we don't have an issue with that. We're just building a new bakery now so that we've got a lot more capacity. We're currently at about 4,000 products a day capacity. This will take us up to about 15,000 products a day, which is great. So that, I mean, in terms of that model, we'll have better kit. We'll have a fermentation, much bigger fermentation area, much bigger proofers. So we can manage all of that. In terms of our business, we see two key elements. One is B2B business to drive daily volume. The margin isn't going to be there, but we have some good customers, and we're working on acquiring more because there is an opportunity and a desire for quality. And then the second element is doing these more bespoke, interesting things to drive interest and drive loyalty to the brand, because ultimately the value of a business, and that's what we're here to do, to run a great business and build value, comes from brand ownership. If you've got a great B2B bakery, the value of that bakery will be good. If you've got a great B2B bakery that has a really interesting, unique brand that is doing things differently, then the value is very different.
What does expansion across the UAE look like in the next, 12 months, 24 months? What would success look like for you? How would you think, yeah, this is really working, this is rocking?
It would be a rollout of all the honesty counters. I'd want to get to sort of 30 to 40 honesty counters up in the market that we can replenish. I would look to be doubling our B2B business, and then in terms of Noble Sourdough, our brand, I'd like to have 3 or 4 trucks out on the road delivering sourdough into the communities, and I'd like to be into 1 or 2 of the major retailers selling our product.
You have to change a mindset here as well, don't you, with bread? I suppose, I don't know, if I take my example, I'd buy a loaf of bread, I'd freeze it. I think bread freezes really well.
It does.
Maybe it's a better way to keep it, I think. But you need kind of a more French model where you've got people going to buy bread every day. How do you get that?
We can. There's 2 ways of doing that. Again, honesty counters, that it'll be there for people to buy fresh every day. We don't keep it for more than 1 day. I'd love to. I'd really love. There's an incredible bakery in California, and he just produces. He's called Chad Robertson, I think the baker's name is. He just produces about 300 loaves a day, and he bakes in the afternoon.
Right.
The bakery opens at about 4 in the afternoon, and he sells his 300 products within 2 seconds. I think he sells out within an hour every day. So I'd love to have a Noble Sourdough bakery location as well, where people can come by. Maybe it's driving past, and we can give them a hot sourdough, and we can look at developing some more complicated and interesting recipes. And then the other way is obviously is working with the aggregators to get amazing fresh bread to people very quickly.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sitting here thinking, I think you're really enjoying this, and I don't often say that to people. In this segment, it's very much, it can be a little bit cold in terms of it's a business, I'm looking to do this and I want to do this, but I'm getting the feeling from you that you're really enjoying what you're doing. I know that sounds like I don't mean that to sound trite.
I am. And in all the things I've done in my...
I don't want to use the word passion either, because I think when you say I'm really passionate about something, I always question whether you actually are passionate. Do you know what I mean?
It's easy to say.
It is easy to say.
Yeah.
But I get the feeling you're really enjoying the struggles as well as the successes.
I am. I feel like out of all the things I've done, from QSR to fine dining to events, everything I've done within F&B, I've actually feel like I've found something that I really love. I'm really proud of our product. I'm proud that that we've got this motto for the bakeries. It's better bread every day, and I believe it can help people's health, and I believe the product is excellent. And I'm working with some really skilled people, and I didn't quite appreciate the skill required to deliver this product. So I'm really proud to work with these people. It comes with a huge amount of challenges. And I also think in terms of the business, I've got great people around me now who are very good at what I'm not, so I can do things that I enjoy. Go and talk to people about the product, explain the product to people, come up with some different novel ideas. So I'm really happy. Is it challenging? My goodness me!
I bet it is.
Is it hard work? We never shut. We never ever shut.
Yeah.
So there's different things every day, and we're learning every day. But it's really good fun.
We sort of take for granted, I think, as people that just, bread's a daily staple. It's just something you expect. It's always there. But I think we sort of take for granted the amount of work, the hours that bakers have to work.
Yeah.
And it doesn't surprise me, but I'm sort of surprised. You're very relaxed about it. You seem very calm. And you're in the relatively early stages of a quite difficult business.
Yeah.
There's competition there. You're doing something that, how's that going to be received? I know you have great faith in it, but you're very kind of chilled about it.
Yeah, we've seen incredible growth in I think we started trading properly in May last year. We've seen great growth, and we've seen real interest in what we're doing. And I think when you can feel that and you can see the stats of the overall market, the way that it's growing, and you see the way people purchase in supermarkets, and you believe in your product and you believe that you can make it better, it does make you calm. And also, like I said, I've got the right people around me, so I don't have to deal with a lot of the day-to-day problems. And there are a lot of problems, machinery issues. The weather has a huge impact on things in terms of humidity. There's so much that needs to be managed. But yeah, I'm calm and enjoying myself. But it's early on Monday morning. Who knows what happens today? Come and see me at 4:00 this afternoon.
We won't get you back in on a Friday.
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
It's been good to talk to you. I appreciate it. Matthew Firth is the founder of Noble Sourdough. Maybe coming to your neighbourhood soon in a truck. Who knows?
It will be.
It will be.
It will be.
That's the way to look at it. Matthew, appreciate it. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you for having me. I really appreciate it.
Good to have you here. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Good morning, it's 9:30 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. The UAE has strengthened its presence on the global financial stage during the spring meetings of the World Bank Group and International Monetary Fund held in Washington. The UAE delegation was led by Mohammed bin Hadi Al Husseini, Minister of State for Financial Affairs. Officials held key meetings and discussions on the global economic outlook. The participation helped strengthen partnerships with international financial institutions and supported efforts to boost a global financial stability. Al Husseini said during the meeting that they delivered strong outcomes and reinforced UAE's role in the global economy. Leaders of the Dubai-based unicorn companies say the emirate is growing as a global hub for digital innovation. They highlight strong regulations and advanced infrastructure. Access to global talent is also a key strength. Executives say Dubai has become a launchpad for high-growth tech firms. It supports expansion into regional and global markets. They also pointed to strong ties between the government and the private sector. This is supported by Dubai Chamber of Digital Economy. Dubai's rental market remained stable in the first quarter of 2026. Activity stayed steady, supported by strong regulations and economic conditions. This reflects the UAE's leadership's focus on strengthening the economy and boosting investor confidence. Data from the Dubai Land Development or Department shows rental contracts reached about 32 billion dirhams during the first quarter. Officials say clear laws and a well-regulated system continue to support the market. Tensions between the U.S. and Iran are rising again after the U.S. Navy seized an Iranian cargo ship near the Strait of Hormuz. Tehran has warned it will respond, raising fresh doubts over extending the fragile ceasefire. Reports also say Iran is not planning to attend the upcoming talks, despite President Donald Trump saying that U.S. negotiators would travel to Pakistan. The developments are adding uncertainty to diplomatic efforts in the region. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
This is Mira Business FM. Coming up, we're going to be talking your money, actually, not my money, your money. A practical checklist next at Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, the sound of success.
It's the morning drive. Global uncertainty has risen in recent weeks, of course, for obvious reasons. UAE residents are urged, or have been urged by many, to get their finances in order. Is that necessary? That's what we're going to talk about now. From liquidity to insurance gaps, a practical checklist has gained some attention of late. Payal Trayan is the partner and senior investment strategist at the Michelle Carby practice and joins us. I haven't seen you for a while, but it's good to see you.
Great to see you, Tim. Thank you so much for having me.
You're very welcome. Good to have you back in. So this was a social media post, and it was all about what to do with your money in times of uncertainty. And we'll run through some of this. There's some interesting points here. So it was basically encouraging like financial fortification, wasn't it? That was kind of the idea.
Yeah, I think the idea always is that, you should always have a financial plan should always be set up in place. It's not something you should jump to at a moment's panic.
Yeah.
But I think what tends to happen, as what naturally always happens, is a moment of panic or a moment of crisis just kind of drives home that natural instinct of, oh, is everything in place? Have I got everything done? Or do I need to do something? So I think it was more about just kind of, to a certain extent, just calming people down as well, to say, look, calm down, while you're worried about various other things, let's help you out, give you a checklist, make life a bit easier for you so that you can kind of just go 1, 2, 3, 4, and it's just easy.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, let's start with the basics then. How often, first of all, I know I'm going to think, oh no, this is not me. How often, realistically, should you be balancing, reviewing your accounts? When should you sort of be checking yourself?
I actually love this question because every time I'm asked this by a client, initially I always turn around to a client and I say, look, if this is something that needs to be, if you've met with a good advisor, right, you put a template in place. Once you put that template in place, you don't have to be reviewing or rebalancing things because you've put the template in place. So when I'm often asked this question, and as a professional, when I'm asked the question, for me, naturally it's, well, every month, because every month your pay comes in, you should know the boxes that you tick, the savings go aside, the bills go aside, and then the expenses come in. Now note, I've said bills separate, savings separate, and then your expenses. Right? So pay yourself before you pay anybody else.
That's the perceived wisdom, isn't it? The pay yourself first idea.
Yeah. And then once you've put all this in place, you don't necessarily have to go back and keep revisiting this. But as a point of check, every quarter is always a good idea just to make sure, am I on target? Am I doing everything that I needed to do? So I know that, again, because working with Michelle in the industry, it's a mandate for us that every quarter we should speak to clients just as an update of, hey, how's everything going? We set these plans up. Are you still working on them? Is everything still on track? Great. Is anything ugly, reared its head that needs dealing with? Great. Are you sitting on an excess bonus or something of the sort? So all of that stuff is just good to do every quarter, but it's good to do. It's not a need to do. The need to do stuff you should really set up right at the beginning so it works like a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, okay. And if, is there something that you've decided you want to do in the meantime? It's an ongoing process, but it's, it's really staying on top of things, isn't it?
100%. Yeah. Always. Yeah. And I think that kind of comes with the idea of that discipline, that routine that you set up right from get-go, and then you follow through.
Okay. So in terms of how much money you should have set aside, because this is kind of, the first thing, your kind of emergency fund, isn't it? Yeah. So there's always some accessible cash, whether it's in dollars or whatever currency. How much in practical, how many months of living expenses should you keep sort of liquid, ready in the bank you could get to at a moment's notice?
I mean, from an industry perspective, the staple is always to say at least 3 to 6 months of your living expenses should be kept aside. I like that. I like that as a rule of thumb. And I think that that's something to always work towards, is 3 to 6 months that will allow you to live comfortably.
So how do you work out your living I mean, I know you should be able to do it, but
Yeah.
I'm sort of doing maths in my head. It's not a good place to do maths, I'll be honest with you, pal. But how do you do that? How do you work out your living expenses?
I think you start with the most important stuff first, is if your medical insurance is not paid up front, what's going to be the extra cost of your medical insurance? If your rent is not paid up front,
Right.
what's the cost of your rent? You know we all roughly do have a good idea. I mean, Dewa has made it brilliant with the app on your phone. So you get a good idea of what your monthly bills are. Make sure you've got 3 to 6 months covered of that set aside, right?
Okay.
Run your groceries. So for all of this stuff, I always say, there's a great tool, and now you can use, stuff like ChatGPT and Claude and get a really good budget planner and plot in on that budget planner, okay, this is what I spend every month. And then it'll just do the job for you, really. I mean, it'll kind of work out, okay, on a 3 to 6 month basis, based on what you made, this is how much you need to set aside. And divide that. Now set that aside with every pay, because it's a big burden, right? To all of a sudden just park 3 months of your salary away. It's a big one. So carve it out. Your emergency funds should always be a part of your monthly salary right from day one.
Okay, so you're saving into
Correct.
your emergency
Correct.
funds.
Always.
Okay, right, got you. But it's not just about keeping lots of cash, though, is it? I mean, a lot of people don't want to keep a lot of cash because
Correct.
inflation eats into your cash. So how do you convince clients that cash is king? If you're really in a tight spot, or there's a crisis, whatever it might be, but cash is. How do you convince people that cash is king when inflation does? If they're worried about inflation eating into?
I think in today's world, also with how good the banking systems have become, there's not a lot of convincing you need to do anymore. Back in the day, yes, I agree with you. But now with stuff like Rio, guys in the UK use Revolut and stuff like that. All of these things, or even if you're using something like an Interactive Brokers, within Interactive Brokers, you just set cash aside. It still pays you a bit of an interest rate. So very, very rarely have I now come across a bank that doesn't give you a floating rate on cash held. Now, arguably, some of these are probably time deposits and so forth. But look, there's always pros and cons behind everything. And I always tell people, you've got to understand the value of certainty versus uncertainty. So have a bunch of your investments out in the market, invested, and that's perfectly fine. But then there's one pot of your savings that you shouldn't get greedy about. That should just be for comfort, protection, and certainty.
Okay.
And the best thing about cash is it's always certain.
Yeah, so it is. There's a feeling, isn't there? If you have, I have a habit of doing this. I have very little money. I'll be honest with you, but I have an amount of money set aside, and I know, and I get to a point where I think, I've spent a bit more, and it's gone down a bit, and then I think, at the end of the month, so I top it up, and then I feel better. There's no reason really to feel better, but there is a feeling of feeling better.
That's comfort. That's comfort. That's protection. It's security, and it's invaluable. Honestly, it is. I say this in my line of work. I said, look, you could be that guy that bought Nvidia right before the earnings, and the following day you probably made about 15-20% great. But you could also be the guy that it went wrong for. You could also be the guy that it went down 15-20% for. And it's about your level of comfort. If you're comfortable with that sort of risk, that's fine. That's on you. But at the same time, it is easier to make those decisions for investment when you know you have a secure pot to back you up.
It is. There's no doubt about that. So it's not that difficult to sort of say to people, you need this much. It's not hard for you to convince people to have a little bit of cash put aside. That's fine. We're in tough times. It's uncertain times at the moment. Markets are, they don't know what's going to happen. They're kind of shaky. Let's put it that way. And at times like those, investors often chase high yield products, obviously. How do you warn people away from the guaranteed high returns? It's all going to be great when things aren't so great. It is unstable.
I talk about fundamental economics, right?
Okay.
And if you look at the situation today, and I'm sorry, I'm going to bore some of your listeners probably a little bit.
I do that every day. Don't worry about it. Fine.
But I think the way I look at a situation is I always bottle it down to the fundamentals. And the fundamentals haven't changed right now. Okay. The fundamentals are you've still got a massive backlog on shipping lines. You've still got massive challenges ahead of you when it comes to logistics, cost of productions, transportation of everything. So when you're looking at this situation, it is all but warranted that the way we build things is going to become expensive and probably more restrictive, right? I'm sure you've had many experts on here who've all analyzed the situation. I don't think many of them are probably a different interpretation from what I'm saying, but the fact still remains. You've got all these massive blockades. So when you're looking at these things, be careful. Don't just dive into speculation into a market just because everyone's now kind of bought into that feeling that, it's all over and we're kind of going back to normal. And this is what we call a euphoria rally in the market, right? And to a certain extent, this euphoria rally, look, I'm not saying for a long-term investor, all of these are moments in time. For a long-term investor who's looking at, the next 10, 12 years, this will probably be a blip, just like the financial crisis was. Sure, it was a bit painful. We came out on the other side. From a long-term perspective, it didn't matter. But you have to kind of identify where in your financial stage are you today? Are you someone that's ready to retire? Then perhaps maybe don't go for the high-yield products. Maybe start to be a bit sensible. If you're somebody that's got, 20, 30 years of working life ahead of you, fine. It's a justifiable risk to a proportion of your portfolio, but certainly not all of it. So I always say to people, everything in moderation and everything with professional advice is never a bad idea. But know yourself. Before you kind of jump to what's, the next ABC doing, know yourself. Understand your objectives, your priorities, what your goals are, what your timelines are, and then make an informed decision.
You're a voice of reason.
I try to be.
Yeah. It wasn't boring either. I'll give you that. Can I ask you a question? We're in a society here in the UAE, very much expatriate society.
Yeah.
Hit by all kinds of banking products from all over the place for all kinds of different people.
Yeah.
Offshore bank accounts. Who needs an offshore bank account?
Again, I get asked this question a lot by clients because there's this perceived notion of an offshore bank account is extremely safe. And it is. I want to break that myth today and say yes. Because of jurisdiction, of where these offshore banks are based,
right.
Yes, they have stronger jurisdiction, stronger regulations. That makes it a slightly more robust banking method. Right? Now, where you've got to think about risk in banking is when you start to become too much of a credit lender, right? So if you think about all of your high street banks, they all offer credit cards, mortgages, etc. There's a lot of flow of money going on.
Yeah.
Offshore banks generally don't. So the risk to your deposit being used to pay for someone else's mortgage is very low. As a result, that bank is perceived to be a lot safer because the lending amount going on is a lot lower. So offshore bank accounts, for a lot of these reasons, have always, I think probably 250 years, they've been deemed really, really safe jurisdictions, and rightfully so. All of the reasons why you should have an offshore bank account stands. So when I'm asked the question, who should have one? Again, there's a perceived notion that, I need to have 6 figures to be open up an offshore bank account. Completely false. The amount of clients I've sat down with that said, but I don't have, 100,000 to put in as a deposit. I'm like, well, you don't need 100,000 to put in as a deposit. So there's a lot of kind of myth breakers that need to happen in the industry. But if you're asking me who needs an offshore bank account, my answer is, well, everyone. Why not? There's no harm in it. It's a safe jurisdiction. It's a good idea to always diversify your wealth in different areas. It allows you to hold multi-currency. So give me a good reason why not to have one, and I'll maybe think about it, but I can't think of one.
Okay, I'm trying to think of one, and I'm failing terribly. Okay, good answer.
Thank you.
So back to your checklist, some of the things on the checklist. Were there 10 on there total? Was it 10?
I think so, yes.
It was 10, yeah, okay. But just something that comes to mind, I put my sensible head on, if you like. Wills.
Yeah.
UAE registered wills
Yeah.
specifically are, I think, often overlooked. People
Yeah.
think, I've got my will, it's fine. But actually, it should be registered here. If you don't do that, what risk are you running?
Okay, so there's been a lot of talk about this as well. Now, UAE follows the Sharia law, right? What that basically means is they follow a certain principle for how your asset is divided. I'm not an expert on that, so I won't comment on that. But in the absence of a will, what tends to happen is this: everything goes to Dubai courts, and there hasn't been many times, at least in my knowing or experience, that they have ever contested anything. But for the sake of avoiding any ambiguity or any kind of, doubt, it's always, I think any financial advisor will tell you that the first thing to always check off your list is succession planning and estate planning. Anything else you set up, to a certain extent is a bit of a moot point if you haven't got your succession planning or estate planning done the right way. So set up the wills. It is very, very, very overlooked, Tim. And it's surprising why, because we live in a country of expats. So it shouldn't be. There are 3 ways to register your will: Dubai courts, ADJD, and DIFC. Again, speak to a professional, understand which one suits you better based on the assets you have, based on the needs that you have, and then design the perfect solution for you. I will say this, as I say to every client: cheaper is not always the better solution because it just might not fit your needs. So go for one that absolutely perfectly fits your needs.
Okay. Insurance coverage is something else on this checklist that was talked about. So how should you approach reviewing insurance coverage at the moment? And also, what are the most common gaps that you see?
I think the most common one is people often assume that, I'm working with my employer, so I'm covered. And yes, you are, from a medical perspective. Right? You get your medical insurance from your employer. Certain jobs also have on-the-job death pay. They do have that. They cover for that as well.
Okay.
There are caps and caveats to that. You've got to look at your job contract very carefully to understand that. But you see, the one for me that's very, very, very important up there, I think before even life insurance, cynical me thinks life insurance is about handing money someone once you're not here, right? That to me is the latter of the objective. The first and prize one for me is critical illness cover. If you have, let's say, something terminal like a heart attack, sure, your medical insurance will come in and will pay for you to get the operation or the open heart, whatever's required. But you might need to take 3 to 6 or maybe 9 months off work.
Yeah, okay.
And if you do, you need to have something in place that replaces your income, right? Because the bills don't stop. I always say this. Your income can stop, but the bills don't stop. So have something in place that pays you out a sum to allow you to make the life choices that you need to be able to take some time off to get better.
I feel like we're having quite an in-depth, heavy discussion this morning.
Oh.
It's not even 10 o'clock in the
I
morning.
know, look at that. Enjoy your morning coffee, guys.
Yeah, thanks. Look, we've got a minute left. So your list is on the Michelle Carby Practice.
It is. It's on the Instagram page.
Instagram page. If you want to look at that, we haven't got time to get to everything on the list, the 10 points. But just a final question for you. If for somebody starting from scratch, blank piece of paper, this is what I want to do with money, how I want to save, how I want to invest. What's the first step they should take based on your checklist?
Speak to a financial advisor.
Okay.
Generally, speak to a financial advisor, get a plan put in place, know your income, know your expenses, set that budget out, and understand what should you prioritize over everything.
Over everything else?
Everything else.
Okay. You aren't just saving money, you are buying yourself the most valuable asset
100%.
of all, which is the ability to make rational decisions.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I'm with you. Payal Trayan she's a partner and a senior investment strategist at the Michelle Carby Practice in Dubai. Nice to see you.
Great to see you, Tim. Thank
when
you
is
so much.
Michelle back in town, by the way? Is she around or?
Well, I'm hoping by the end of this month.
Okay. Right.
Well, I was hoping.
We'll talk to her then. All right.
Definitely.
Then. Good to see you.
Great to see you, Tim. Thank you.
This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Good morning, it's 10 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. Dubai's rental market remained stable in the first quarter of 2026. Activity stayed steady, supported by strong regulations and economic conditions. This reflects the UAE's leadership's focus on strengthening the economy and boosting investor confidence. Data from the Dubai Land Department shows rental contracts reached about 32 billion dirhams during the first quarter. Officials say clear laws and well-regulated system continues to support the market. Tensions between the U.S. and Iran are rising again after the U.S. Navy seized an Iranian cargo ship near the Strait of Hormuz. Tehran has warned it will respond, raising fresh doubts over extending the fragile ceasefire. Reports also say Iran is not planning to attend upcoming talks, despite President Donald Trump saying that U.S. negotiators would travel to Pakistan. The developments are adding uncertainty to diplomatic efforts in the region. The U.S. dollar rose to a one-week high today before easing slightly, and investors turned cautious as tensions between the U.S. and Iran picked up again. The U.S. said it seized an Iranian cargo ship, while Iran warned of retaliation and ruled out new talks before the ceasefire ends. Analysts say the latest developments have brought back market uncertainty, just as hopes for a peace deal had been growing. Currency markets remained limited even as oil prices reacted more sharply. And now a quick market and currency update. Bitcoin is trading at around $74,200, and for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham equals about 25.26 Indian rupees, 76.16 Pakistani rupees, 33.53 Bangladeshi taka, 16.33 Philippine peso, 14.12 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound is equal to 4.95 dirhams today. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our Telegram and WhatsApp. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk.
It's the morning drive, so UAE business is under a little bit more pressure at the moment, a lot more pressure at the moment in some cases, of course, than would otherwise be the case. So how do leaders protect profits without breaking people? There's a question. Lots of uncertainty. So clearly there are challenges. So this morning we're joined by Chris Miller, who is the founder of Incremental. He's an executive coach, a well-being coach, a career coach, I guess, over 20 years of leadership and organizational development experience, it says here. Chris, nice to meet you.
Lovely. Thank you so much for inviting me in, Tim.
You're very welcome. I mean, the reason for inviting you in, I wanted to kind of make this really clear, because you didn't approach us. We've never met before today. And we asked you in because of you posted something on LinkedIn. Was it a week ago, 10 days ago? Something like that?
I think it was a week. Yeah, 2 weeks. 2 weeks.
Okay, a couple of weeks back, and I saw it, and it was a very simple post, and it was just you saying you were basically offering to people who might be struggling at the moment, not sure quite where to turn to. Just said, look, get in touch. You would just, when this was a free kind of consultation you were offering, wasn't it?
I mean, not even a consultation. It was, I mean, I'm a coach by profession, as you mentioned, and one of the things from the way that I coach, the way I was taught to coach, is that coaching is about listening and asking questions. So, but the fundamental of coaching is, one, it's confidential, and two, it belongs to the person you're coaching, like the session. And so whatever people wanted from that, that's what it was there for, whether it's a chat or, some coaching or whatever.
Okay, so that's why we invited you in today, because my first thought was I'm a little bit cynical, and I was like, it's somebody fishing for business. And then I thought, no, you don't have to do this. If you don't have to post anything. And obviously people have got in touch with you. And it kind of struck me that this is a time when there's conflict, or when there's, serious pressure, that kind of we're in it together attitude is quite a good attitude to have. So I thought that's good at a time like now. I'm wondering, though, now that we've got all the preamble out of the way, the kind of response you've got. Are you regretting what you did?
I don't know if I'd say I'm regretting it. It overwhelmed me, to be honest with you. Right. And it was very surprising. I mean, I think the last time I looked, the post had like 116,000 impressions and 400 reactions and something like 60 comments and loads of reposts as well, which, and off the back of that, a number of people did reach out to take me up on the offer. And look, I mean, I completely get what you were saying, and don't get me wrong, like, this is what I do for a living. Sure, so, it wasn't that I was touting for business, but what I did recognize was that I'd been struggling with, obviously what's been going on the last few weeks. And, the UAE, as wonderful as I've been here 19 years, I mean, as wonderful as it is, it's still, it's not paid, the streets are not paid for the gold. We have to work, we have to, we have all the same issues that everybody else has in the world, getting up, school runs, paying the bills, and then, we're in the middle of a regional conflict or a war or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, well, this is the thing, isn't it? And I kind of feel very similar to you, and maybe this is why I related to your post, I don't know, but I feel as though this has been a much more difficult time than normal. I've seen the way my wife has reacted. She's a teacher, so she's working from home, so there's been a lot of changes there. She's much better, well, she's very used to being in a classroom with lots of children, and to not have that, there's an adjustment there, and I think that goes to most of us. Client privilege permitting, I don't know if that's a thing in your thing. But what kinds of discussions have you had broadly?
Yeah, I mean, so a lot of the work that I do is with men, like generally speaking. I mean, it's not exclusively, but a lot of it's been men, and it's been a lot of guys that have kind of reached out, and it's guys who are, out of work, and looking in a tough environment, and then there's, everything else that's going on as well. So a lot of it's been around that. But then as soon as you start to talk to people, often the thing they come with is not the thing they really want to talk about. And when you get under the skin of it, it's the concerns about, like you say, I'm a man of a certain age. I was brought up in the UK, but universally, I think men have this kind of slightly skewed perspective on what our role is in the world. And, as things change more rapidly, I think men especially find that challenging. In that, I think, we do see ourselves, whether we do it consciously or subconsciously, we see ourselves as providers and protectors. Mm-hmm. And especially here and, over the last couple of months, the idea of that level of uncertainty that you mentioned, not knowing if you can protect those that you love, will create, anxiety and stress. And then especially if you're out of work, there's all of the stress that goes with, being the kind of traditional provider. And, again, it's uncertainty that creates stress, right? But life is uncertainty.
Well, it is, and you have to learn to deal with that. But when it's compounded,
yes,
that can get on top of you, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we were saying before, I use the analogy of a bucket. So everybody's carrying their own bucket of stress.
This is a good analogy.
Yeah, and it's just everything that creates some form of negative stress in your life goes into the bucket. And unless you have a valve at the bottom and you know how to turn it on and it's well oiled, that can drain some of that stress, all that happens is all those little bits of stress layer on top of each other. And, I found it myself. I thought, generally speaking, I'm go through life, I'm generally okay. And then, the conflict erupted, all the uncertainty. And regardless, I honestly can raise my hand and say I was never scared at any point. But there is a level of ambient anxiety that goes with living in a regional conflict. And that tipped my bucket to overflow.
No, I can understand that. And I think that's a good point to make, because it wasn't as though people were afraid. I think from a defensive standpoint, there's a great deal of confidence in abilities in the UAE, militarily, right? But that doesn't get rid of a feeling that that may kind of inhabit.
And again, it comes back to uncertainty. You have no agency in a lot of the decisions that are being made. And so therefore, you feel to a certain degree powerless, and that again creates some form of stress. And unless you have ways of helping to drain that bucket a little bit, it can easily overflow.
What, you don't want the bucket to overflow, do you?
I
love the analogy. I do. I like things to be simple in my life, and that's what you've done.
Hence incremental.
Yeah. So look, you've been coaching leaders for quite a while, for what, nearly 2 decades here, I guess. We've seen loads of booms and busts over the last 20 years, 25 years for sure. This feels a little bit different, I think. There's more to consider. We've got obvious regional conflicts. We've got the supply chain frictions that we're seeing. So, worry over that for people. There are new tax laws coming in, tax audit laws, and in the corporate world, that's a lot to think about. And I'm wondering if from the people you talk to that you see potential executive sort of burnout as an unlisted risk when it comes to, balance sheets, if you like. But is that something that you're eyeing, thinking that's something that could affect us? More,
absolutely. Maybe? I mean, I the way I position myself is I deal with people who are going through challenging times, however that manifests. Now, a lot of my work's been in leadership, and in various other kind of coaching areas. But I think, burnout, it's a real thing, because if we don't know how to deal with stress...
It is a thing, that's the point.
And a lot of the times I think, one of the things is that we feel like we're doing okay.
Yeah.
But what we don't realize is that bucket is just literally lapping at the edges. And it takes, something relatively small, or, a regional conflict, but, can take something relatively small just to get it into overflow. And I think that's the big issue for a lot of leaders, because they do have a lot of responsibility, and and not just responsibility for themselves, not just responsibility for those that they love, but their teams, their businesses, their shareholders. There is a lot of responsibility there, and unless you are actively doing something to make sure that you keep that bucket in check, give yourself a little wiggle room at the top, then very quickly things can get out of hand.
So what do you need to be doing to keep the bucket from the brim then? Is it as simple as, and you work a lot with men, and the thing that men, I guess, as opposed to women, are not very good at, is talking about what bothers them. That's the stereotype, I know, but I think there's a great deal of truth in that.
Yes.
Is that the first kind of step to actually turn around and talk to somebody?
It can be, yeah. I think it's the first step is being aware of what's going on, and genuinely not running away from your feelings. Okay. I real big believer in mindfulness practice. I read a lot of Stoic philosophy. The thing with both of those things is that life is going to go on regardless of whether or not you pretend it's not.
Yeah.
Right? And things will happen. Now, the Stoics believe that, things are amoral. They don't have a good or a bad. It's what, the perception that we put on them makes them good or bad. And I think, becoming aware of there might be an issue on the horizon. Business leaders are, supposed to do this as part of their jobs, right? It's a strategy. You look forward to what's going to happen. Yeah. We do that in our own lives and recognize, where we are right now, what's coming up, and how we mitigate the negativity, that may present itself within that. That's the first step for me. The second step, absolutely talking. Talking is, and I was talking to your producer just before I came in, and he was saying he was worried about talking to his family about what was going on because he wanted to protect them. Well, with the best will in the world, you're not protecting anybody. What you're doing is pushing stuff down inside you, and all that does is create pressure. So when men have this idea of, well, I'm not going to talk to such and such because I'm protecting them from my burden, you're not protecting anybody. They know that something is going on. Whether it's, like your producer's family in outside of the UAE who see a version presented by the media of what's going on, that creates worry. Sure. If you then talk to them about that, what it does is it just alleviates the stress for them, gets it also outside of your own head. So, I've had this in the past, this kind of washing machine going around in my head of thoughts, and that they never seem to get to any conclusion, but they just spin and spin and spin. And I think, I shouldn't talk to anybody about that because it's, what are they going to, they're not going to be able to fix it. They're not going to, and it's this idea of expectation. By talking, the expectation isn't that you necessarily will fix something right there and then, but it enables us to get the problems that are in our head and spinning round outside and give us a bit of perspective. And also to share, because it's not that, those people are going to be burdened by your problems. You are just letting them know these are the things that are challenging me at the moment. It doesn't need a solution. I just need to get it to let you know. Because what generally happens with men is they go really quiet. Everybody else around them knows that there's a problem, and yet, no one can talk to them about it or try and, do anything about it because it's being locked up inside.
Yeah.
And where's the solution in that? I mean, just, when you look at it like that, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. But, there we are.
It seems so obvious when you put it that way.
Yeah.
There's a word that we're using at the moment,
Yeah.
and I think we probably use it in every interview. It's probably 4 or 5 times a program here, okay, and it is resilient, or resilience, okay, and lots of people in business, people generally are using that word at the moment, but when it comes to being a leader, okay,
Yeah.
and I'm interested because a lot of your experiences in leadership, what does it mean when it comes to leadership decisions, resilience?
To be resilient, I think it's understanding that you'll fail more times than you'll succeed, and being okay with that. Mm-hmm. Seeing things that you might label as failures as opportunities for learning, right? You only have to look at any athlete who's had any level of success, and they talk about this all the time. The number of baskets that Michael Jordan will have missed compared to the number that he's actually hit. It's just understanding that failure is a part of the process of success, and you can either beat yourself up, get really angry about it, stress everybody else about it, or because it's already happened, you can let it go, learn from it, and move forward. And those are your 2 options. And, I think one is a lot healthier than the other.
Well, one, for sure, one is. I mean, you could view failure as a path to success, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Isn't that a better way of doing it?
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. Because, it's only a failure if you don't learn from it.
Yeah.
Right. It only, of course, in the moment, if something goes wrong, it's understandable. I always say this to people. I don't want people to not have emotions, right? Certainly Stoicism has that kind of reputation, but that's not what Stoicism is about at all. But it's about understanding that emotions are appropriate at a time, when they're appropriate, right? To get angry about something, if you crash your car, or somebody crashes into your car.
I was going to suggest driving for a minute.
Oh yeah, and one that I have a particular struggle with. It's okay if you get angry, but how long you want to be angry and how deep you want that anger to go that's your choice as a grown-up, right? We're adults. Yeah. We have the ability to make choice. Now, in stressful situations, parts of our brain work a lot faster than conscious thought, right? They have to, because it's designed about survival. But once it's fired, as soon as you become aware of what's going on, then that's your responsibility.
Okay. Lots of this is, and I know, and I'm sitting and listening, and lots of it is simply common sense.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But it's the way you describe, you lay things out for people.
Yes.
And if you can follow the common sense to its conclusion, it's not, I think I'm trying to say, it's not as obvious as I think it is in my head when you're outlaying it. But that's not a very good way of describing it.
Do you know what?
But you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I mean, one of the guys that reached out to me and was talking to me, he said, it's like I'm like you. I like simple stuff because I don't think I'm that smart, and actually, simple stuff is stuff that I can follow through on relatively easily, and build decent habits around. He said, because I sometimes feel like a bit of a fraud because I say stuff that seems really simple and is really simple, and I'm a bit like, should it be a bit more is there more value in it being more complicated? And actually there's not. I mean, this guy said to me, he's like, it feels like that because you've realized something and it's become clear to you. So for me, I have to deal with that for myself, right? This kind of imposter syndrome nonsense. But it is simple. It is really simple. I was a personal trainer for a while, a number of years back now. But we used to say to people in the gym, "It's simple. It's not easy."
Mm.
And that I think gets to the crux of it. It is simple what I'm saying and then how I lay things out. But it's not easy because we have to change the way we think, and that takes time and it takes effort. Yeah. And our brains don't generally want to do that because it takes more energy than they want to spend.
It's also change, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely.
We don't
Which
like
creates uncertainty.
Yeah. I'm fine the way I am.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, you're not. No, I'm with you.
I think the thing is that's a choice, right? If you feel like I am fine as I am, there's no that's the other thing with coaching. There's no, and the great thing with coaching is there's no judgment. Like you be whoever you want to be. It's up to you. It's got nothing to do with me. But if you feel like there are areas in your life that you want to change, when you have that awareness, you then have to take the responsibility as a grown-up and an adult to affect that change.
Let me ask you a little bit about incremental, because one of the things I read up a little bit about you and your firm and what you do and how you do it, and there's a lot of focus, from what I can gather, on small gains, compounding gains, right? And that struck me as important because where we are now, we're in a crisis. We want the magic bullet, don't we? We want a solution. Like you can sort me out, Chris. Just one session and it'll be fine. And I'm wondering, why is this kind of 0.5%, 1% approach better?
Yeah.
Okay. How is it more effective at a time like now where there are, stresses are compounded?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, look, because the benefits of doing those small things consistently with patience and compassion, that compounds as well. Right. It's exactly like investments, right? Investments go up and down, but over time they compound. Right, and so the routines and the things that I help people to, the solutions that I help people to or support people to come to for themselves have to be small, because our brains, like you said, it creates uncertainty. It creates uncertainty creates stress, and our brains don't want stress. Our brains want to be safe and secure and comfortable, but we don't get any growth or development when we're safe, secure and comfortable. The only time we get growth and development is when we step outside of our comfort zone and push. But if you push too far, if you push too hard, your brain will resist. And there's an adage in coaching, and what we resist persists. Right, so the more we try and not to do something, the more it's on our minds, right? And so if it's on our minds think it's important. So it kind of spirals around and around itself.
That's almost as good as the bucket analogy.
Thank you. I should write a book.
Start trademarking what you're saying and then write your book.
But so the way to effect change, sustainable change, is through small amounts. So almost to the point where it comes. And again, I'm very open and honest. I have not had an original thought in my life. Right, all of this stuff is just from reading, from taking from experience, and etc. You read Atomic Habits, you'll see small gains, lead to big changes. But it's true, and that's the drum that I bang is your brain doesn't want you to change, so you have to make the changes small enough that your brain is comfortable with that change. So, I belonged to a men's group a few years ago when I was having some challenges of my own, and having been a personal trainer, and then I was in the corporate environment, and I wasn't training as much.
Good morning, it's 10:30 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM, and these are the headlines. Dubai is introducing a new work from park concept allowing people to work outdoors across the city. Launched by the Dubai municipality, this initiative aims to turn parks into flexible workspaces while improving quality of life. The first site will open in May at Al Bersha Pond Park, with more locations planned across the emirate. Officials say the move builds on the growing trend of remote and hybrid work already seen in options like work from hotel across Dubai. The UAE has strengthened its presence on the global financial stage during the spring meetings of the World Bank Group and International Monetary Fund held in Washington. The UAE delegation was led by Mohammed bin Hadi Al Husseini, Minister of State for Financial Affairs. Officials held key meetings and discussions on the global economic outlook. The participation helped strengthen partnerships with international financial institutions and support efforts to boost global financial stability. Leaders of Dubai-based unicorn companies say the emirate is growing as a global hub for digital innovation. They highlight strong regulations and advanced infrastructure. Access to global talent is also a key strength. Executives say Dubai has become a launchpad for high-growth tech firms. It supports expansion into regional and global markets. They also point to strong ties between the government and the private sector. This is supported by the Dubai Chamber of Digital Economy. Dubai's rental market remained stable in the first quarter of 2026. Activity stayed steady, supported by strong regulations and economic conditions. This reflects the UAE's leadership's focus on strengthening the economy and boosting investor confidence. Data from the Dubai Land Department shows rental contracts reached about 32 billion dirhams during the first quarter. And officials say clear laws and a well-regulated system continues to support the market. Tensions between the U.S. and Iran are rising again after the U.S. Navy seized an Iranian cargo ship near the Strait of Hormuz. Tehran has warned it will respond, raising fresh doubts over extending the fragile ceasefire. Reports also say Iran is not planning to attend upcoming talks, despite President Donald Trump saying the U.S. negotiators would travel to Pakistan. The developments are adding uncertainty to diplomatic efforts in the region. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
Mira Business FM. The sound of success. Mira Business FM. Dubai's home of business radio.
It's the morning drive. It's Mira Business FM. Tensions in the region is really the topic. There are so many strands to this as a topic, but it's not just that they reshape geopolitics, they put fragile marine ecosystems at risk as well. Following a recent incident involving an oil vessel, there are concerns over the potential damage from spills, the environmental damage, and of course the question of who takes responsibility when conflict hits the water, I guess, as well. So joining us now is Dr. Asil Takshish. She is Associate Professor, let me get this exactly right, and Acting Dean at the School of Health Sciences and Psychology at the Canadian University in Dubai. It's good to meet you. Good to have you here.
Likewise. Thank you for having me.
So look, the environment is often kind of like the silent casualty, isn't it, when conflict spills into the maritime space. How quickly can an oil spill turn into what we would term an environmental crisis?
Within hours, once crude oil or refined petroleum hits water surfaces, slicks can spread roughly up to 10 square kilometers per hour, depending on wind and current conditions. Okay. Now, the Gulf's semi-enclosed basin and limited water exchange means pollutants will concentrate rapidly. The United Nations Environmental Programme, UNEP, defines or classifies an oil spill as an environmental issue or an environmental emergency the moment that you notice your coastlines, biodiversity hotspots are endangered. And in the Gulf region, usually this happens rapidly due to the shallow water levels, the average shallow water levels in the Gulf.
The Arabian Gulf is quite shallow, isn't it?
It
It's
is.
something like
And
30
semi-
metres at its deepest point around about, isn't it?
Average, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And remember the limited water movement because it's a semi-enclosed basin.
Sure. And it's different as well, isn't it, during conflict times than, so-called peacetime when you have an accident, because access is clearly much more of an issue.
There are three factors: access,
Okay.
accountability, and aggravation.
Right.
During times of peace, responders mobilize the boomers, the skimmers within what we call the first golden 24 to 48 hours for a cleanup. Now, during times of conflict, aerial imaging can be denied or difficult due to the continuing hostilities. So the golden time is missed. So that causes a delay in the cleanup. And then add to it, who is accountable for this? Did hostilities stop? That's why I said three critical differences between times of conflict and times of peace.
Yeah.
And if you refer back to the 1990 Gulf War, where it was considered one of the biggest oil spills, the response was delayed in cleaning up due to the lack of consent of cooperation. And this caused the ecosystem to be damaged for years and years later on.
Well, the consequences are still here now, aren't they, in lots of ways? But that was a much, much bigger spill than what we've seen now. So you're not comparing
at
that.
all.
No, I understand that. That was, by some estimates, 4 million barrels. By others, it was 10 or 11 million. We
And
don't
still,
quite know.
a concrete figure is not accounted for.
Yeah. No, I've read that. So look, the Gulf is a semi-enclosed, it's a shallow sea. Water only really renews every 2, 3, 4, 5 years.
A bit less.
Okay.
Than the 5-year span.
Right. So that's a fairly unique geography. So that creates an additional layer of issue because where do toxins go? Yeah. I guess as well.
If we look at specific areas, especially the mangrove-rich intertidal zones in the UAE, this is the most vulnerable area that we need to pay attention to. Why? Because these mangroves carry the highest ecological risk because they are considered as the bed for more than 60% of fisheries.
Yes.
Once oil infiltrates their roots, within days they die. So the habitat of the fish no longer exists. So then the impact is no longer only on our intertidal mangroves, but also on our fisheries.
Fisheries and the associated ecosystems and the dugongs,
on a bigger,
and then
on
a
a
larger
bigger-
scale,
bigger-
the protection that they
True,
offer.
true.
And, okay. There's also, I guess, the risk. And I know that it's not a high impact risk at the moment, but the risk on desalination facilities around the Gulf as well, I guess.
This is another thing.
Oil's
but this
an
is
insidious
more,
thing.
This will be linked more to energy issues. So when we talk about marine pollution, the first thing that we focus on is the marine biodiversity.
Yeah.
The effect on the marine biodiversity itself, reaching coastal shorelines. This would be the first focus.
Okay. Which regions in the Gulf are the most vulnerable at this moment? Which areas?
Geographically,
Yeah. Where are we most?
so UAE, Saudi Arabia, those are the most vulnerable. Then comes Kuwait, Qatar.
Okay, so that's a present potential issue. And what international laws kick in when there is an incident that needs to be dealt with?
Theoretically, and then I will explain why.
Theoretically is good.
You've got several frameworks that are designed to activate or are supposed to be activated at the same time. You've got the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. There are certain articles in that convention where they state the obligation to protect our marine environment. We've got the International Maritime Organization through its MARPOL, where this governs the vessel's activities and pollution. We've got locally, we've got the Kuwait Regional Convention, which UAE is a part of, Saudi Arabia is a part of, and you've got also conventions related to the civil liability and compensation fund. The International Maritime Organization serves as the principal UN specialized agency for maritime pollution. Now, I started saying theoretically, okay? Because you will tell me during times of conflicts, are these frameworks enforceable? Candidly, no. During times of conflict, you cannot enforce them because, again, international environmental law is built or is fundamentally consensual. Okay, and it depends on countries agreeing to collaborate. So enforcement depends only on countries' collaboration. And sometimes during time of conflict, collaboration stops among states. So that's why I'm saying you cannot force it. You will have to depend on a political efforts and reputational efforts, countries who want to maintain their reputation.
I guess there are other priorities for people, unfortunately, at times like that, aren't there?
That's why we say there's a term that hasn't been officially adopted. It is on the table of the United Nations, ecocide.
I've heard the term.
Okay, ecocide. Yes, environmental protection is not a priority during times of conflict because there is human life associated with this first. But again, on the long run, if your environment is not healthy, your humans will not be healthy. So it does have to be in parallel. You do have your Geneva Convention, which focuses on humans, and you've got your environmental international law, which focuses on the environment, especially when your issues become transboundary.
Well, they're interdependent, aren't they?
Yes.
Yeah.
But again, when you talk about UNCLOS that we mentioned, it doesn't fall under Geneva Convention. It's a standalone convention. But what I'm trying to say is the link between humans and environment is interlinked.
Yeah.
You cannot separate.
Yeah.
You cannot say, I'm going to focus on humans and leave the environment for a later stage.
You've investigated how environmental legislation holds up during war. So if a vessel's hit in international waters during an active conflict, for example, who holds the legal responsibility for a cleanup?
You've got a tiered hierarchy under which international environmental international law functions when it comes to spills. So you start with your flag state, you start with your registered ownership, the P&I club insurers, and then your IOPC fund. Again, during times of conflict, this is not applicable, okay? Because the burden frequently defaults, and at the end of the day, it is the coastal state which has the pollution will have to carry the burden of cleanup. Again, communication. There's an issue of communication. When communication cuts, there's an issue of delayed efforts to do the cleanup. So it's always the most environmentally harmed entity, if it's in terms of country, often bears the cleanup or the remediation activity.
Okay, so
because you have to prove also the burden of proving the aggressor in such conflicts proves to be hard.
That's not as easy as we would otherwise think. That's not just checking a news report, is it? So how does it work? That's my first question. I know that's a very broad question, but also what resources are available in the region? If we had to respond to a large spill, for example, what do you need to do it?
Let me talk about the resources available now. The Gulf in general, the Gulf countries in general, have better infrastructure than most conflict-prone maritime regions, and they have been able to formulate collaboration in order to respond. I'll talk a bit more about that. You've got the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Kuwait. They all have national oil spill response centers. We mentioned the role of the International Maritime Organization, and you've got what we call the Regional Organization for the Protection of Marine Environment, the ROMPE, with its local office based in Bahrain. All of them are involved, but if I go back to the Gulf, preparation in Gulf is remarkable. If you look at Aramco Saudi Arabia and ADNOC UAE, okay, both these entities maintain sophisticated internal spill response mechanisms, okay? So this reflects that they protect their assets.
Yes.
Yet these responses function well during times of peace because these countries were not ever a threat. They did not go into a conflict. Kuwait maybe in 1990, but this was imposed on it. The UAE never went into war. So these responses function well in industrial oil spill. Okay, the functioning during times of conflict is new. So your response is there. Maybe activating it for the first time might have been a bit new to them, and the best experience was from their responses during industrial conflicts.
Okay, now I can understand that, but I suppose there are lessons from applications to an industrial issue,
of course,
that carry forward into.
The only obstacle would be if the conflict is still ongoing, and I mentioned at the beginning that maybe accessibility might be an issue. Your aerial imaging might be an issue, especially when you've got an aerial type of conflict.
Yeah. We've got 5 minutes or so, but when a permanent ceasefire is reached, and the ceasefire at the moment is holding, of course, and it looks like there may be more talks, that's the indication from President Trump today. But I wonder if you can put into words how. This is a really difficult question to ask. It's a very hard question to answer. Or is it? I don't know. How resilient is the marine environment? How quickly can we see marine environments recover, assuming we do what we can to mitigate?
I cannot generalize.
I know, I realize that, yeah, but just as an idea.
Because when you speak about the Mediterranean, the characteristics of the Mediterranean are different than the characteristics of the Gulf. But again, it all depends on the speed of action we take to remediate what was damaged.
The immediate reaction. Right.
Immediate, okay? It depends also on, as I said, your wind, your weather conditions, transboundary, tide movement, all of these, and the amount of the spill itself and the type of the spill itself.
I always ask people in here, and I realize I do it every day. I always ask the how long is a piece of string question, the difficult question. A couple of questions to finish. Is there a way for policy to insulate nature from human conflict, or am I just wishing against the flow of all the evidence?
You're way wishing against.
Yeah, I had a feeling. There's no way, is there?
Again,
the environment tends to pay the price.
Always. And again, that takes me back to the ecocide thing. When we speak about the environment, it's not only your marine environment, it's not only the air pollution, you've got your built environment. When you damage infrastructure, okay, this is part of your environment, okay? When you bring buildings down, okay, and cause air pollution, cause displacement, this all affects your environment. When you displace people, you're creating a burden in another region, which will affect your environment.
Yeah.
So it's way bigger than me, bigger than you, to try and comprehend a general environmental damage.
Final question for you. How well do you think the international system, where are we now when it comes to how equipped we are to handle the environmental risks from conflict? Are we getting
It depends
better?
from region to region. Okay?
Right.
Again, region to region, I did say the Gulf is doing remarkably better than other
There's
countries,
real emphasis on this in this region.
and
I
there's
know
real
that.
infrastructure being built
yeah.
for the environment. Okay, so they are way ahead than lots of other countries in that area. Now, is it a new experience for them? Will there be lessons learned? I'm sure there will be, and it will be shared.
Okay, something's just jumped into my mind. This always happens. I always say final question, then I think,
You
no,
did that.
I know. Yeah, this is the real final question. Maybe. Who knows? The impact on seafood production. We're talking very much about, ecosystems. Is this more of an issue of food security? Is it primarily about the availability of fish or chemical accumulation or heavy metals, for example, in the fish we eat?
So, depending, again, as we said, the type of oil spill, the amount, usually ecological consequences can be severe and multi-generational. You mentioned it. So we're talking about our seabed contamination, we're talking about our food chain bioaccumulation, our fisheries collapse, our coral bleach amplification, but this is not the case now, okay? We are not there yet. I cannot say that the ecological consequences of this vessel oil spill is catastrophic, and it will not be catastrophic.
No, and it's not to say that it is, but these are questions based on a what-if scenario. I should have said that at the outset.
It is always a possibility. As we said, your seabed, your fisheries, your coral bleach amplification, your bioaccumulation in fish, in the food chain. So yes, these are always possible.
There's a lot more to talk about. I was going to bring up coral bleaching there because I know there have been some evidences we've seen some reversals in some areas here. And you're nodding, so I'm glad I got that right. I seem to remember that. But we'll need to talk to you again.
Yeah, but you did say that was the last question.
Yeah, I know. So now I need to say thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Asil Taksha is Associate Professor, Acting Dean, School of Health Sciences and Psychology at the Canadian University of Dubai. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, your daily guide to the markets, money, and more.
morning. It's 11 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. Leaders of Dubai-based unicorn companies say the Emirate is growing as a global hub for digital innovation. They highlight strong regulations and advanced infrastructure. Access to global talent is also a key strength. Executives say Dubai has become a launchpad for high-growth tech firms. It supports expansion into regional and global markets. They also point to strong ties between the government and the private sector. This is supported by the Dubai Chamber of Digital Economy. Dubai's rental market remained stable in the first quarter of 2026. Activity stayed steady, supported by strong regulations and economic conditions. This reflects the UAE leadership's focus on strengthening the economy and boosting investor confidence. Data from the Dubai Land Department shows rental contracts reached about 32 billion dirhams during the first quarter. And officials say clear laws and a well-regulated system continue to support the market. The US dollar rose to a one-week high today before easing slightly. Investors turned cautious as tensions between the US and Iran picked up again. The US said it seized an Iranian cargo ship while Iran warned of retaliation and ruled out new talks before the ceasefire ends. Analysts say the latest developments have brought back market uncertainty, just as hopes for a peace deal had been growing. Currency movements remain limited even as oil prices reacted more sharply. And now, quick market and currency update. Bitcoin is trading at around $74,700, and for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham equals about 25.26 Indian rupees, 76.16 Pakistani rupees, 33.53 Bangladeshi taka, 14.12 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound is equal to 4.95 dirhams today. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk. Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk.
It's the morning drive. Rising global tensions are no longer just a geopolitical story. They're hitting businesses where it matters, from employee safety to supply chains and long-term planning. And right now, it's about companies making real-time decisions about where to operate, where they send staff, and also, here's the word we use every day, how to stay resilient in uncertain times. In practical terms, though, what does this mean from the operational resilience to the more pragmatic side, the duty of care, the personal impact on employees and families, and the decisions that drive, in particular, American companies now, but obviously multinationals and GCC firms as well. Scott Wilcox is the founder of the risk and strategic consulting firm Securo Group. It's good to see you, Scott.
Hi, good to see you as well, Tim.
Good to have you in the studio again. So, regional tensions in flux, let's put it that way. The focus for multinationals, but particularly American multinationals and some Middle Eastern firms, has kind of gone from growth at any cost to operational sovereignty. That's a phrase I keep reading. But let's just contextualize first. What are the biggest operational impacts that businesses are dealing with now in the times that we're experiencing?
Yeah, I mean, the issue is uncertainty, okay? Yeah. So it's tough to make a plan that you can stick to two weeks, 2 months, 2 years out. And when you're trying to have, a strategic play in the region, and there is that uncertainty, it creates a lull in decision making. So decision paralysis, I think, is probably something to dig into and to discuss. With the situation we're facing today, many of my American colleagues, I've just spent the last 2 months, actually, for the most part, I was out bridging the gap, if you like, between what US headlines were saying and the reality here that our teams, our advisors and consultants were dealing with here. So I think I'm pretty well placed to give you a shot at it, but I'm trying to get it into a few words. Major concerns. Look, back in the States, the pinch is being felt, at the pump, and the headlines, suggest that here is far more impacted than it really appears to be in my first few days back, and the ability, like I said, to make a good decision is somewhat hampered. That, by and large, is factored by the human element. And when I say the human element, it's the decision of where do I put my people for the next few months that will give me the best shot at continuity without having further disruption or further displacement down the line. Right, yeah, I'm sorry, a bit long-winded, but I always am on the first one, so go for it.
It's kind of why you're here, let's be honest. So we're past the phase where geopolitics is, the topic is just a card or a slide in a board deck, for example, right? So we're well past that. For an American firm in the Gulf, we're in kind of real-time operational hurdle period, aren't we? So what's the question that CEOs or people in positions of authority have been talking to you about as they look at their kind of regional footprint?
Yeah, it comes back to that. Tell me what I need to know to make a decision. Okay. And so it does vary from company to company based on their size, their risk tolerance, their operational output, and their human capital footprint. Okay. So there is, as a common trait, they have huge exposure to Lebanese talent. Okay.
Right.
And so that is a consideration for them about where they center their Lebanese talent for the foreseeable. And then they look at that as being, again, a concentration risk by nationality and by location, because I'm not suggesting that all the Lebanese are here, they're back in Lebanon, all right? Yep. And so a lot of back office was being operated from there. And correct me, it's not my statistic, but one of my colleagues was suggesting that since 2019, that had been a more common operating structure, was to have a good back office set up in Lebanon for the region, for all the reasons that we know. Fantastic education, trilingual in many cases, and again, the ability to travel throughout the region and cultural understanding. And then when we get into a point of the disruption that Lebanon has faced, in particular with its communications and power and then physical displacement of people, that's when the rubber meets the road is, now what? And then looking at productivity and where could we either fail over to. Cairo has been mentioned. There are a lot of multinationals that have big presence in Cairo, and Egypt being a good regional fallback. And then again, like I said, it's how far do we, or how much do we tolerate here in the GCC? For those that have remained to date, they're probably now at the point of acceptance, at least to what the perceived physical risk is and was. And so what we've been through as a region is now understood, contextualized, and is actually a benchmark almost of tolerance for those that remained in situ for continuity. Now it's looking back at, or looking forward, it's, of course, that is a risk that, as I said, is understood and is a known. The duration is a consideration for how long people are exposed to. But then we look at now financial, reputation, and governance risk. And it goes back to that more regular cycle. And so the type of questions I'm being asked by CEOs or by business leaders who are at the decision point of when do we re-enter, when do we ramp up, is not so much about the physical risk in isolation. They're wanting to know because they've got other decisions to make based on. If you're in a regulated industry like insurance or finance, you need to physically be here. Okay, and so the cost risk analysis of, do you think, and I'm no seerist or a fortune teller, do you think this is going to get better or worse? And I try to get away from that.
Sure.
What I will say is, or what I will do is almost to obfuscate and put it back, is to, who have you got there? And if you've got, again, a resilient workforce of regional manpower, you're probably in good shape, okay, to be able to continue. And you might want to double down on that, and you might want to look at for those who have already relocated, looking at it as a longer-term decision until consular services reopen for some of those nationalities that are more risk averse. UK, US being two prime. Schools reopening is a big one. Okay, families want to be together, and so it's not a question of such a binary question. It's more the fact of keeping the family unit together and less disruption. So they may stay out for a prolonged period. Anyway.
There's a lot to unpack there.
There is,
but I want to go back actually to that phrase, decision paralysis, which, by the way, you should trademark. It's a great phrase. But I'm wondering how companies, in your experience, from the people you speak to, are adjusting decision making, looking ahead, 6 to 12 months, the kind of immediate period.
Okay, so. Yeah, when you enter a new region, there is, I would like to say, a strategy. And that could be anything from, we're in for 2-3 years, we're going to budget out that, we're going to secure an office for that period of time, and we're going to sign contracts with staff that we're going to relocate for that period of time, that we're going to deploy as expatriates. Those decision cycles are being brought far closer. So we're seeing that there is a halt in renewals, and companies looking at their contracts more closely as to how do we maintain the logo and the brand, but downsize the footprint, particularly in our more volatile expatriate human capital, but maintain the ability to exploit the opportunity and deliver on what we're supposed to here. And again, Tim, one of the points I had written down, and again, one of the common points is this the time to invest? Is this the time to come in? I mean, I look on your trigger tracker that we have, and everything's green. Flights are open, the things that we talked about before. Banks are operating, hotels are open, conferences I can get booked, blah, 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 blah. There are still a couple of outliers that are there, but could we manage without them? Could we get to a neighboring country for consular support? Yeah, we could. Do the family need to come back in immediately? No. There is a tax exposure there, which is another decision point, and we can get to that. But, is this time now to take market share? And that is something that traditionally in emerging markets and, where there have been previous rebounds away from the region, we'd seen, again, first mover advantage and SMEs want to jump in. But look, stakeholder pressure in the States is for growth. And this was seen as the growth region. AI, the data centers, the defense cooperation, and all of the things that were touted during the Trump-Witkoff-Besant roadshow of around about this time last year still carry hope. And they carry the major growth overseas for all of those big US businesses. And so they do want to get back,
You're painting a much more positive picture. You've gone from, reality to a real positivity there quite quickly as well. And there is a smile on your face I can reveal. I've used the word resilience, I think, twice, or it's certainly come up. We kind of laughed about the word before we started talking. But it's a fact, isn't it, that operational resilience, if you can pin down what it means, it is critical at the moment. And I wonder, from your perspective, what that looks like in practice for the people that you're speaking to, for businesses today.
Well, Tim, it's always been a slippery noodle to discuss, but I'll try and get it head on. The operational resilience has become real. It's not something that, and I'm sorry for saying this, but this point of it's a document and now it's a reality is true. What we had seen is resilience being something that was more to do with disaster planning and disaster management. And when we talk operational, it's been stovepiped and pushed down to a lower level. And now it's sat up in the C-suite. What does operational resilience mean? It means the ability to continue to operate, to put out and to remain profitable. Businesses exist for one reason. And you'll find that, and I'm delighted to say this, that people of my background and similar from security or risk management are now playing a more pivotal role, which I've been calling for a long time. Okay, but the reason is a pragmatism and an ability to be agile in your thinking and your approach. Of look, we need to have a backup plan, and we need to have a backup for that backup. And so when I go back to we're looking at concentration risk of geographical concentration risk, what could go wrong, and stop planning for what already has gone wrong. Those are understood. We don't have to be doomsday. In fact, we need to leverage these moments to create opportunity, to gather more market share, and to show demonstrably to our hosts and to our clients, stakeholders, what resilience is. And that is who will prevail and make money in through this.
I mean, you've championed the idea, haven't you, of fractional chief security officers, CSOs. So, a couple of questions for you. Why does a mid-sized firm need one? I think that's pretty easy to answer given what we're experiencing. But you need a firm where you have kind of executive level leadership rather than the big $1 million salary. But what would the scope of work look like for a fractional CSO? Where would you begin to structure something usable to help a company with their security framework?
Yeah, so CSO is just a common title. CRO, sadly, gets bucketed in the wrong way. Chief risk is traditionally someone who looks at insurance. Let's just call it that, right? Whereas chief resilience is someone that maybe doesn't look at security, and all of the other. We could go all around it and dance. So CSO sadly implies that it's too much to do with physical security risk.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
The reality today is that companies, what they're looking for, and I grit my teeth, is a CGO, a chief geopolitical officer. And I don't like the term, nor most people who would step forward for that role. Nothing personal, but they are, again, they're trying to second guess the leaders of superpowers, okay? And their ability is like guessing the weather. So it's always a good analogy is that geopolitics are now being brought forward like weather data, okay? And we have to be adaptable to it, and so that's good. But what you don't want, let's start there, in this role as a risk advisor, which spans geopolitics, physical security risk, cybersecurity risk, insurance, legal, financial risk, under this umbrella, is someone who has never run a business, because that's where you get the academic or the academic's view. And, it's great because you've never had to put skin in the game. So you can wax lyrical, but have you actually done it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And there tends to be a thing of thinking what the logical and textbook answer might be, as opposed to what is better for the organization, the shareholder, the employee, and thinking again around the corner from a financial standpoint. And I come back to that because ultimately there's the marker.
It does, but there's also it strikes me that there's an ability for somebody who's ideal for that role to kind of think the unthinkable.
Yep.
Does that make sense?
Pardon me. Yep. Yes, it is. So things sit on the risk register. The difference between threat and risk. Threat is something that you can qualify as an event that could occur. Okay. A meteor might drop on us. Could occur. Risk is the likelihood of it happening. Okay. Has it happened, and so on and so forth. And then we look at, as I said to Tim before we were talking, looking at the risk on the roads. Okay. Here in the region, as opposed to other risks that we've encountered over the last few weeks. I bet that the road risks and the number of events that have occurred would outweigh what's happened in other headline risks over the last few weeks.
Yeah, I'd say there's a lot of truth in that. And that's pretty simple, common sense, good thinking, isn't it?
Yeah, I think we should always try and ground ourselves in the reality. And I've gone back to this point. Journalists are not analysts. The media for intelligence is one of the tripwires, if you like, that clients and prospects, whatever you want to call them, both this side of the pond and the other fall into. I would never ask a journalist for his or her opinion of what I should do inside my business. And
Journalists don't have opinions.
There you go. But the point of, if you're facing the news and looking at the news to get intelligence, I've said this for a long time, you're facing the wrong way. You need to have your back to the screen and be looking at the reaction of the people and the perception. And that you will actually start to get almost a weather vane of what's occurring and what perception is, and where, again, opportunity lies and where risk lies, because of the way that people are thinking. And so where today I'm still concerned, and I'm still seeing it, is in some of these continuity triggers, be it for a departure, a relocation, a redundancy, or a re-entry, a staff up, an investment decision. They're being made from bad information, from headlines, and not from reliable, robust tier 1 and tier 2 data.
I mean, it's not just about assets. We've got time for, just very briefly, one more question. It's about people, because it's personal. If you're advising a US family office, or you're advising a tech giant, how do you balance business continuity with that very real employee anxiety? Employees and families, people who are doing the very thing that they should have their back to, but they're watching the news.
Look, and again, recognizing both is the reality. Recognize the reality and the perceived reality, and you must own the narrative. The family offices one is very real. They have optionality to depart whenever they want and to come back. But what I will tell you is the family offices that we work with here in the region, they may have physically departed because, again, they had the optionality and it was summer coming anyway. We'll take the kids out, we'll put them in school and do that. They're coming back, and they're not. They're certainly not selling. They're not collapsing structures. They're not doing anything knee-jerky to that. The staff that they've got here as well are enduring and continuing about their daily work. What I've seen is that those decisions have been put right. They won't make a decision until end of year, which is smart. Let's see how things play out. Let's see if this is a time to invest and double down. And also, Tim, sorry, just to get it's context. Okay, these things always come to an end. Okay, sure. It's a cycle, and when you're looking as a family office will do, okay, we've got several buckets of investments throughout the world. Where do we still see the bigger, greater opportunity? Where do we see financial stability, and where we want to house our assets and invest in funds and everything else through? We're not seeing anyone say anything different. Let's put it that way. Yeah.
It's good to talk to you, Scott. I always enjoy having you with us. Scott Wilcox, founder of the risk and strategic consulting firm Securo Group. And another great phrase there. So two today that I'm stealing. I'm warning you. Decision paralysis and knee-jerky. That was even
knee-jerky.
Better. Brilliant. Scott, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks for having me in. Thank you. Thanks.
This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM. The sound of success.
Good morning. It's 11:30 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. Schools across the UAE have reopened today, with students returning to classrooms after more than a month. The move follows a ceasefire after recent regional tensions. Parents and school buses were back on the roads, bringing busy morning traffic back, and students returned in good spirits to school. Most schools reopened after approvals from the Knowledge and Human Development Authority, with safety measures in place. Some may use hybrid learning if needed. Dubai is introducing a new work from park, a concept allowing people to work outdoors across the city. Launched by Dubai Municipality, the initiative aims to turn parks into flexible workspaces while improving quality of life. The first site will open in May at Al Barsha Pond Park, with more locations planned across the emirate. Officials say the move builds on the growing trend of remote and hybrid work already seen in options like work from hotel across Dubai. The UAE has strengthened its presence on the global finance stage during the spring meetings of the World Bank Group and International Monetary Fund held in Washington. The UAE delegation was led by Mohammed bin Hadi Al Husseini, Minister of State for Financial Affairs. Officials held key meetings and discussions on the global economic outlook. The participation helped strengthen partnerships with international financial institutions and support efforts to boost global financial stability. Leaders of Dubai-based unicorn companies say the emirate is growing as a global hub for digital innovation. They highlight the strong regulations and advanced infrastructure of the UAE. Access to global talent is also a key strength. Executives say Dubai has become a launchpad for high-growth tech firms. It supports expansion into regional and global markets. They also point to strong ties between the government and the private sector. This is supported by the Dubai Chamber of Digital Economy. Dubai's rental market remained stable in the first quarter of 2026. Activity stayed steady, supported by strong regulations and economic conditions. This reflects the UAE's leadership's focus on strengthening the economy and boosting investor confidence. Data from the Dubai Land Department shows rental contracts reached about 32 billion dirhams during the first quarter, and officials say that clear laws and well-regulated system continues to support the market. Tensions between the US and Iran are rising against after the US Navy seized an Iranian cargo ship near the Strait of Hormuz. Tehran has warned it will respond, raising fresh doubts over extending the fragile ceasefire. Reports also say Iran is not planning to attend upcoming talks, despite President Donald Trump saying U.S. negotiators would travel to Pakistan. The developments are adding uncertainty to diplomatic efforts in the region. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our X and Telegram. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk. Mira Business FM, the sound of success.
It's the morning drive. Dubai and Abu Dhabi's job market is showing mixed signals. Layoffs and tighter budgets make the headlines, although hiring activity is still holding up across key sectors. So what's really happening beneath the surface, and how should job seekers and businesses read this moment? Zachary Beckett is a talent partner at the recruitment firm Professional Pyramid and joins me again in the studio. Good to see you.
Thank you so much for having me back.
You're very welcome back as well. So kind of frontline insights from you today, Zach. And this comes from a post that you put out. And you asked 3 founders recently, what is happening with hiring in Dubai and Abu Dhabi. Pretty simple question. So let's start with what you asked and what they told you specifically.
So essentially, I actually spoke to more than 3. I just wanted to highlight 3. I spoke to more people after, and I've been speaking to people throughout the duration of this.
Right.
Even when we had our first discussion, I've been speaking with people from organizations that are hiring, organizations that aren't hiring, from recruitment companies, and pretty much everything in the middle.
Okay.
Because I want to make sure that I'm up to date with what's actually happening before I'm sharing stuff with people and putting out just random thoughts, right? So I want to make sure that what I'm sharing is accurate. These 3 particular individuals are founders or managing directors of 2 major recruitment companies in the region and 1 sort of scale up, we can say. And they've been seeing similar things. I kind of wanted to get their general thoughts on the market. What was going on with them? Are they still hiring? How's business going for them? Because recruitment companies can be a very good indication as to what's actually going on with the market, because their business is hiring.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah.
So their business is hiring. If business is bad for them, then it either means that organizations don't have budget for recruitment agencies, or they're trying to manage everything internally. But typically, organizations need recruiters. So the thoughts that they shared on the market were overwhelmingly positive. Don't get me wrong. There was some trepidation with them in terms of, over the next few months, what's going to be occurring. Are they going to continue seeing the business that they're seeing? But generally speaking, they are hitting targets and, for the most part, and they are still doing well.
It's a lot more positive than maybe the press would have you believe, or some of the press would have you believe. So the response really was that the current hiring landscape is a mixed bag. No real surprises there, I suppose. But what about contradictions that you're seeing? Because it's not all clarity, is it? There's some opaque stuff going on.
Of course, right? Everyone's going to have different experiences. Every company is going to experience things differently. Some companies are, believe it or not, doubling down on hiring, whilst others are laying off 80, 90, if not in some cases 100% of their workforce and shutting down. There's going to be different responses from organizations. There's going to be different responses from recruiters. And overwhelmingly, the market reacts differently because everyone's experience is individual.
Okay, so there's a lot of talk about increased redundancies, and there's a lot of talk about cost cutting and perhaps salary cuts. Depends very much on the business. Is all that happening, and which are the sectors that are feeling it the most?
Unfortunately, yes.
Right.
It is happening.
Right.
I've been speaking to a lot of C-suite sort of exec grade individuals, and these are typically people on 100, 150, 200,000 AED a month, right? So they're on a pretty hefty salary.
Right.
A lot of these individuals have seen pretty drastic cuts in their salaries, but oftentimes these are optional from them in order to try and perhaps take a little bit of weight off the lower levels who would have been made redundant otherwise. So there have been cuts, there have been salary cuts, and there will probably continue to be salary cuts, and there also have been redundancies. But again, this is specific to the organizations, it's specific to their business and whatnot. And for example, hospitality is a space where things are quite aggressively getting hit at the moment.
Sure.
Hospitality, it's pretty heavily leveraged on tourism. And when tourism dies down, unfortunately, some restaurants are running at 80, 90% lower than their typical capacity. So they're running pretty low on capacity. So a lot of their wait staff have been put on half salaries and stuff like that. This is occurring. Unfortunately, this is occurring. And it will continue to occur until things do settle down. But it's the organizations that are a little bit more or a little bit less affected directly that are perhaps not really seeing these effects.
Which kinds of organizations not affected directly?
It really depends, right? So if they are reliant on tourism, they're going to struggle.
Sure.
If they're reliant on anything that's directly affected, i.e. oil and gas, people at the lower levels are going to be affected, right? The people who are perhaps being taken off site, they are the people that are going to be affected. The people at the top level, the more strategic decision makers, they're not going to be affected as much. But of course, as I said, they may see some salary cuts just to kind of weather the storm a little bit.
I mean, you still seem, and I have to say, being positive is a good thing, right? But you still seem relatively positive. So we know, and I'm hoping you're going to back this up, otherwise I looked up, and then I looked after a lot, so it's fine. Recruiters are still making placements, right? And you're still winning new business. So there is some resilience, that's the word at the moment, of course, but that is there, isn't it?
Well, we're still turning away most people that reach out to us in terms of companies asking for resources. So when companies reach out to us and say, and we're talking major organizations reaching out to us and saying, hey, can you jump on our PSL? Can you send us over applicants? Unfortunately, we still have to turn most of them away because of how busy we are. So whilst, yes, some agencies will feel it, some agencies will feel the pinch, those who are perhaps a little bit more renowned in the region, or those who have perhaps dug their heels in and kind of strategically shifted a little bit, they won't be feeling it as much. But no, it is like there's a reason to be optimistic. We're in one of the greatest places on earth, right? There's tons of investment going in, as we were just discussing prior to the show. There's tons of investment already going in from the UAE to weather this, and I think as soon as it's over, everything's going to bounce back to normal.
So you're actively turning people away.
Yeah.
So are you not looking for new people to join you so that you can accept new business?
We are, but we only hire very experienced recruiters, so finding people to join us is quite tricky. But yeah, like for any companies listening, should they reach out, we would not be able to support them. We are genuinely turning business away.
Nice problem to have.
It is indeed.
Wow. Okay. So companies are more cautious at the moment. What does cautious hiring look like? Because I'm trying to picture that.
Yeah, so most hires that are made today aren't decided yesterday, right? These are factored in and budgeted for back in Jan, and in some cases last year.
It could be last year,
For large MNCs, right? If we're talking like big firm consultancies and stuff like this, or huge multinational companies, they have already dictated the hires that are being made this month.
Right.
You know, months, if not years ago, these hires are planned in advance. Now, there may be some scenarios where certain roles are perhaps pulled back, but
or on hold,
or perhaps the budget is adjusted for these positions. But the positions that are still doing well are more strategic positions. So if you're someone who's looking for a job, you need to perhaps try and position yourself as more of a strategic resource, as opposed to someone who's doing like a one-dimensional role. That's what kind of gives you that stability in a time like this.
Okay. Businesses, how do they prioritize roles at the moment? Is it different to a year ago or, I don't know, 2 months ago?
Look, if I'm honest with you, and again, you know, it would be lovely to say, look, there's a huge difference and things have changed so much, but ultimately, I think companies are still making hires. They are still moving forward. Of course, not as normal, but more normal than you would expect. More normal than you'd expect. Most of the interview process that we had people in went ahead. They've received offers and things have kind of gone ahead as normal. There have been some where people have received an offer, but it's been given to them on essentially like an open-ended date. So they've said, look, we're going to hire you. This is particularly seen this quite heavily in oil and gas. We're going to hire you, but we don't have a start date for you yet.
Right. Because we're in this holding pattern.
Yeah, this has been happening. And I think because tomorrow things could kick off and then the next day things could calm down, I think companies just want a little bit more stability, especially when making hires for 60, 70, 80K that are perhaps going to be directly impacted by the conflict. So things have moved ahead, but there are certain nuances, I'd say. But overwhelmingly, for someone who's looking for a job, it's not really affected them too much in that extent.
It's interesting this because as much it seems quite vague, but we have to be kind of vague because we're looking overall at the market. It's very difficult. We'd be here all day if we were to zero in on specific roles, I suppose. The one thing I wanted to ask you was the market, particularly Dubai, but the UAE, to be fair, it's a competitive job market, very competitive job market. Lots of people want to be here. They want the lifestyle. They want to work. Thousands of people applying for roles. Is that an accurate perception? Am I being misleading if I characterize it that way?
No, you're definitely not. So the UAE is one of the most saturated, if not the most saturated job market in the world. Saturation is somewhat different to a competitive job market. Although the UAE is competitive, saturated means that the flow of talent coming into the market outweighs the demand from companies. And it always has.
Yeah.
Right? It has, since I've been doing what I do, it always has. And it still is the case now. Although you'd think that people would, and mention this again when the first time we spoke, although you'd think people were very hesitant about expats moving over here now, the amount of people who are still looking to move over to this part of the world is unbelievable. It's unbelievable. And for a lot of people, the way that the UAE has handled this has actually attracted them to the region more. So the flow of talent coming in, there are still hundreds, if not thousands, of people on every single application. We listed a finance manager job the other day, and I think it's on like 1,200 applications now.
How do you go through that?
Is that an AI? It's automated. Yeah, it's all automated.
Yeah.
That's one of the biggest challenges in saturated job markets. Everything's automated. But also in saturated job markets, the quality of applicant does tend to decrease.
Sure.
So perhaps 2 or 3% of the people that have applied to that finance manager job will be truck drivers.
Just scattergun approach.
Scattergunning everything.
Go for anything. Yeah.
Then you've got about 20% that was submitted with some sort of AI apply thing, and they just get automatically rejected. There are systems and tools that just fire your application out to thousands of jobs, and most likely nothing comes back. But this is what a saturated market looks like. The quality tends to dip, so it's kind of like finding a diamond in the rough.
Well, how do you find that diamond in the rough then? How do you, and by the same token, how do you stand out if you're a really good finance manager and you're fighting against 1,200 people? Okay, you separate a lot of the wheat from the chaff, but there's probably still 600 people in there.
Yeah, you would think, but it would be more so about 5 to 10% of people that are applying are actually suitable.
Really?
Yeah. So you'll have directors applying for a manager grade role, which it isn't right. Companies don't tend to look at that because it's a red flag. You'll have people with 1 year of experience applying for a manager role, which isn't suitable. Again, the suitability is a real issue. One of the main reasons, or one of the best ways for you to get seen, is by playing the game. Essentially, it's all done by AI. It's all done via something called an ATS, which is an applicant tracking system. Essentially, manages the entire hiring process, and you need to manipulate that to some degree to show your application to the recruiters. Another way, and one of the best ways, especially for more senior individuals, is getting headhunted. So driving recruiters and hiring teams to your profile directly on LinkedIn. LinkedIn's the main platform for recruiting in the world at the moment. So driving them to your profile on LinkedIn is another way.
Wow. Okay. It's remarkable.
Yeah.
How much of the hiring slowdown that we read about, we hear about, we're talking about is psychological versus real?
Look, I think one of the biggest challenges of our lives at the moment is social media, right? You're seeing posts. I read a post yesterday that said that Dubai had been hit again, right? And it looks extremely official. It looks very official. And everyone in the comments is saying, oh my God, not again. It started again. So now these people go and tell 10 other people. And before you know it, everyone thinks that it's all kicking off. And unfortunately, headlines spread very quickly. And there are, unfortunately, organizations and people who are sort of capitalizing on this because people react to fear.
Sure.
Right? Sure. People react to fear. So there are these headlines going around that, no one's hiring, Dubai's over, the UAE's dying, and everyone's leaving. And there are these headlines going around, and these things affect people more than reality.
Yeah.
These things affect people more than reality.
Right, yeah. Okay. No, it's good to kind of put it into some sort of context, because I've seen posts. I was watching a report a couple of weeks ago, and it was it's a ghost town, and I was walking around thinking it's really not a ghost town. That's just wrong.
Yeah.
So it's erroneous reporting. Or what was the one at the weekend? It was I think it was UK media, and it was 1 in 8 Brits have left, and lots of people firing back. 7 out of 8 are still here. Probably most of those were tourists. So it's
people always leave Dubai. People always come and go. It's not a case where this is unique to now. People are coming and going all the time. Like for anyone who has kids in school, they'll know that there are kids leaving the class all the time. Kids coming back into the class all the time. It's a transient society. It's an expat society.
That's a very good point, because it's been school holidays as well.
Yeah,
it's a good point.
Like it's an expat society, and unfortunately, one thing that does quite upset me is it seems like people around the world are relishing in what's happening. Almost like it seems like a lot of people are quite excited about it, to see like the UAE in a tight spot, and it's quite upsetting, really. And I think that does spread a little bit of negative perception.
I share that experience with you, because that's very much British media. But you know what? That's the build them up, knock them down mentality, and that's something you have to try and fight, I think.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this: there's no kind of one-size-fits-all response. What separates companies who are perhaps hiring quite aggressively from those that are pulling back at the moment, do you think?
Industry is obviously, of course, number one. If you're directly impacted, then that's going to be the first thing. The second thing would be their ability to react. Their ability to react to a disaster. And some organizations perhaps are, more leveraged on older methods, perhaps aren't really utilizing social media properly, perhaps are, not as advanced in terms of their hiring tools and how they actually secure talent. So they're struggling. And, there are certain things that will cause organizations to struggle. But I'd say the primary sort of one word to describe it is adaptability.
Right.
So their ability to adapt to something like this. I think that's the primary thing that dictates how well you're going to cope and whether or not you're going to kind of struggle with the scenario.
Okay. In your post, there was something you said, and I wanted to try and drill into this a little bit. We've got a few minutes. You said a job search should take 2 to 4 weeks.
Yes.
Right? Which is that's the piece of string, isn't it?
Yes.
Is that generally what you see generally, or is that now? How does that work?
So the truth on the matter is it should take 2 to 4 weeks if it needs to take 2 to 4 weeks. Your job search should take 2 to 4 weeks is essentially my tagline, if you will. Now, the reason that this came about was because the UAE is an extremely transient society. If someone loses their job, they need to head back to their home country. There's not much time for you to secure something else.
Yeah, the 30-day cancellation of visa thing.
Exactly.
Right.
It is possible for you to secure something in 2 to 4 weeks. It's not ideal.
Right.
In the ideal scenario, especially if you're relatively senior, you want to give yourself 2-3 months.
Sure.
It can be done in 2 to 4 weeks if it has to.
Right. Okay. And then the last thing, and this is great. Your post was, I talked to a few people, and then somebody responded to you. I just wanted to bring this up because I thought there are 2 reasons. Yes was a response to you. The masterpiece of nothingness, proudly brought to you by LinkedIn. I spoke with 3 founders, and we're already off 3, not 30, not 300, 3. Then the insights. Now, I thought a little bit unfair because a snapshot is a snapshot, right? And as you said, you've spoken to a few people. But I liked your response because I thought it shut it down quite nicely. But you were so polite. You just said, glad you enjoyed the article, which I thought was good.
Look, I think someone who's saying stuff like that, I don't think they're looking for a well thought out response, right? I think it's more of a jab than an actual inquisition for information.
But I like you fronting up on social media that way. That was good. It's good to talk to you. Zachary Bennett is a talent partner at the recruitment firm Professional Pyramid. Thanks for coming in.
A pleasure. Thank you for having me back.
Good to have you here. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM. The sound of success.
Good afternoon, it's 12 p.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. Leaders of Dubai-based unicorn companies say the emirate is growing as a global hub for digital innovation. They highlight strong regulations and advanced infrastructure. Access to global talent is also a key strength. Executives say Dubai has become a launchpad for high-growth tech firms, and it supports expansion into regional and global markets. They also point to strong ties between the government and the private sector, and this initiative is supported by Dubai Chamber of Digital Economy. Dubai's rental market remained stable in the first quarter of 2026. Activity stayed steady, supported by strong regulations and economic conditions. This reflects the UAE leadership's focus on strengthening the economy and boosting investor confidence. Data from the Dubai Land Department shows rental contracts reached about 32 billion dirhams during the first quarter, and officials say clear laws and a well-regulated system continues to support the market. Tensions between the U.S. and Iran are rising again after the U.S. Navy seized an Iranian cargo ship near the Strait of Hormuz. Tehran has warned it will respond, raising fresh doubts over extending the fragile ceasefire. Reports also say Iran is not planning to attend upcoming talks, despite President Donald Trump saying U.S. negotiators would travel to Pakistan, and the developments are adding uncertainty to diplomatic efforts in the region. The U.S. dollar rose to a one-week high today before easing slightly. Investors turned cautious as tensions between the U.S. and Iran has picked up again. The U.S. said it seized an Iranian cargo ship, while Iran warned of retaliation and ruled out new talks before the ceasefire ends. Analysts say the latest developments have brought back market uncertainty, just as hopes for a peace deal had been growing. Currency movements remained limited even as oil prices reacted more sharply. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.